All right, so it's our 40th fellowship together, 40 weeks. All praise to the Most High. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Welcome. Got some things to cover today, mostly about the creation or weekly cycle of the year. And we notice there's a small trend going where they are ignoring the creation cycle that's even spoken about all throughout scriptures. So let me say a quick prayer and then we'll jump right into it. Father Abba Yahuah, we come to you in prayer to ask for your blessings and your guidance and your protection as we study through your word. And please help us to come together as Echad, be able to reason together through scriptures. And ask for protection from the attacks against the enemy. That we know he fights hard, and we need your strength to endure to the end. And I pray to you in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Let it be so. All right, Shabbat Shalom, Greg. Everybody, welcome.
Yeah, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Glad you all can be here. Awesome. So I wanted to start by going over all the proofs and the evidence that we have for the creation week cycle. And I'm going to actually start with the 4 leaders in Enoch 82, and then the 2 added leaders from Enoch 82, verse 17 and 20. And I had put together some videos. They're on my TikTok. I was meaning to get them on YouTube. I haven't got it to that yet, but I will eventually have them up on YouTube as well. But let me go ahead and share the screen here. Make sure I got the right screen. There we go. All right, so this is going to be my TikTok link for the video. And let me go ahead and mute. And this first one is going to be about the 4 intercalary days that we see for the 4 seasonal intercalary days that Enoch speaks about. I'll go ahead and start the video here.
Enoch chapter 82, the 4 who represent the 4 seasonal intercalated days of the year. Enoch 82, 9:1-3. Verse 9, and these are the orders of the stars, which go down in their places, and in their appointed times and festivals and months. Verse 10, and these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Verse 11, therefore leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 there are heads over thousands who divide the days, and the 4 leaders of the thousands as written in Enoch chapter 82, the 4 who represent
Hold
the
on,
4
apologies. I'm
seasonal.
trying to get these things out of the way here. So I know it's hard to see with that there. Let me see if this works. Hold on, I gotta change screens here.
Jeremy, what chapter is that? Enoch 82 or
Yeah,
9? 82?
Enoch 82. Yeah.
1 through 3, then verse 10, then verse 11. Is that where he was
Yeah,
going?
the whole. So
Uh-huh.
it'll be starting at chapter, or verse 13 in chapter 82.
Verse 13. Okay, thank you.
All right, here we go. There we go. That's much better. Now we don't have that stuff in the way. All right, I'll go ahead and play it now.
Intercalated days of the year. Enoch 82, 9:1-3. Verse 9, and these are the orders of the stars, which go down in their places, and in their appointed times and festivals and months. Verse 10, and these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Verse 11, therefore leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 there are heads over thousands who divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which divide the 4 parts of the year. Verse 12, and these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station, but their leaders make the division. Verse 13, and these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year which are ordained, Malchiel, Alameli, and Meliol, and Enril. Enoch 82:15, in the beginning of the year Meliol rises first and rules, who is named Hameini and Shemesh, and all the days of his dominion, whilst he bears rule on 91 days. From the evening of the 18th, which is the evening prior to the spring seasonal intercalated day or 31st day of month 12, Meliol can be seen lining up with their sun. Just before sunrise, he will be seen rising in the same position of the sun. Then he leads the sun through the intercalated day. We are witnessing Enoch 82 in play. Enoch 82:18. The next leader after him is Alameli, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. As with Meliol, Alameli can be seen lining up the evening prior to the 31st day of month 3. Again, just before sunrise, he can be seen leading the sun, rising in the same position. He leads the sun on the seasonal intercalated day. Unfortunately, Enoch 82, as we know it, is missing the last chapters about the fall and winter seasons we can find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the verses after Enoch 82:20. It is a very fragmented scroll, and the names of the leaders are fragmented out. We can only speculate whether or not the true name of this star. It could be Malchiel or Enril. Like all the others, he lines up the evening prior, as to be seen before sunrise, on the autumn intercalated day, leading the sun during the intercalated day. The winter intercalated day leader, just as with all the others, it repeats the same pattern, rising and leading the sun on the intercalated day. four leaders of the thousands as written in Enoch chapter.
All right, so that was the 4 seasonal intercalary day leaders. So now I'm going to get up the 2 that are added. So let me go back here and find it. And Enoch 82. Let me get it popped out here.
The four leaders of the thousands
come on.
as written.
Enoch 82. Where's the pop out? Why does it not let me pop this one out? Oh, there it is. Okay. 1 second here. All right, so this is going to be Halo Yosef, and it's going to be found in Enoch 82:17. And it's as you can see, it's the names of the leaders and another who is added. So this added one is at the end of each quarter, basically. So these are actually going to pop up on each solstice. So the summer solstice and the winter solstice. And they only come into line that evening prior, before these intercalary days, and then they lead the sun through that intercalary days. So if you're a day before or a day after, it's not going to be the marker that we're looking for. We're seeing the sign right here in the heavens. Let me go ahead and play it so you guys will
Wait,
kind of get it.
Jeremy, I have a
Yeah,
question if that's okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Trying to follow here. So what you're going to show now, we just went through the 4 intercalary days, right? The 4 31st days of the seasons.
Yeah.
Okay. So now what you're showing is what exactly again? Something that goes before that 31st day or at the end of the 31st day? I'm sorry, I'm getting
So
confused.
it's on those intercalary days on the solstices, basically. So there's only these 2 leaders spoken about in Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look throughout each seasonal intercalary day, there's only 2 of them that I could find. And they both do this exact same thing.
I guess what I'm not understanding or grasping is the leader. Is it the
So
star?
these are different than the 4 that we just watched. These are 2 other different ones.
Okay,
So
so
as you can see on Enoch 82:17,
hmm
it's Halo Yosef, another who is added at the head of
right.
1,000.
Okay, so what we just watched was the 4 intercalary seasonals, 31st days. Now these are 2 others that are added.
Correct. And they also come in on the intercalary days on the summer and winter solstices.
Okay. Sorry if it's taking me a little bit here, guys.
Yeah, no
So
worries.
these 31st days come in, and the next day would be the Tekufa,
Correct.
right? But see, what people are doing now is there's someone saying that they're going to be putting the divider day
Before
on the
day 1.
equinox. So you'd have this method proving that wrong because the Tekufa comes right after. You can't jump, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah, so these are just 2 more confirmations in the
Marcus.
heavens with the stars for the dates that we have found. Let me go ahead and play these 2 real quick. They're not very long. But you might understand a little bit better once you see what we're speaking about here. Let me go ahead and play it. 17. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Barakiel, Zebstabel, and another who is added, a head of 1,000, called Helo Yosef. And the days of the dominion of this are at an end. So as you can see here, beginning the evening before June 18th, or the 31st day of the third month, this star HIP 27150, or Halo Yosef, begins its journey right from behind the sun. This is marking that summer intercalary day, or the 31st day of the third month, and it continues on from there until its days of dominion are at an end. And it will continue to grow its distance between it and the sun until its days of dominion are at an end. Enoch. So as you can see, it has this course, and it's always that same course, and these two stars are on the same course, and they only appear from behind the sun just before sunrise on the intercalary day. So just like with what we see in the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that, from evening to morning, they're looking at the stars, which stars are coming in. That's what 4Q320 is about. It's about these star signs, not moons. But that's the one people like to use to claim, oh, it's all about the moon. Well, it's not. Which we're going to actually go over that more a little bit later as well. But let me go and get this the second leader here from verse 20 in Enoch 82. Enoch 82:20. These are the names. Okay, let me screen share it here. All right, so this is going to be from 82:20, and this is going to be Asaphael. It's the head of 1,000, which is added, just like Halo Yosef. And so when you search this guy on these specific dates, these two exact stars will do the same exact thing as you're going to see here. Enoch 82:20. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gedaliah, Keliel, Hiel, and the name of the head of 1,000, which is added to them, Asaphael, and the days of his dominion are at an end. So this unnamed star, HIP 86278, does the same exact thing as we saw the first added leader of the thousands does. This one is Asaphael, and he goes further and further away from the sun until his days of dominion are completed. And it's really amazing. All praise to the Most High. All right, so yeah, as you can see there, these two different star leaders do the exact same thing, just how Enoch describes in chapter 82. And as you can see, these two leaders only appear from behind the sun on these specific days, no other time. So if you were a day later, you're missing that mark in the heavens. And hey, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Jermaine from the past.
Hey, good morning. Shabbat Shalom.
So the next thing I wanted to get into is the scriptural verses for where the void day is placed as according to scriptures. So again, the same people who promote there's a zero between days 3 and 4 have nothing to say about these verses and can only hand-wave dismiss what these verses say. So we're going to start right here in Genesis 1. This is verses 1 through 2. So in the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth. And the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Ruach of Elohim was moving on the face of the waters. So these words here, formless, empty, and darkness, pay close attention to, because we're going to go to the Strong's Concordance here, and we're going to see tohu, which is formless or desolation, basically meaning nothing, and void, which is bohu, a vacuity or missing, nothing there, undistinguishable ruin, and darkness, which is chozek, darkness, misery, destruction, ignorance, sorrow, wickedness. So these three words specifically we need to pay very close attention to, because as we went over our last fellowship, what the meaning of tohu and bohu in a deeper meaning. We're going to take it to Job 3 here. So Job 3 verses 5 and 6. So let darkness and the shadow of death buy it back. Let a cloud dwell on it. Let all that blackens the day frighten it. That night let darkness seize it. Let it not be included among the days of the year, and let it not come into the number of the months. So right here, Job is speaking about the two cycles. We have the yearly creation cycle, which is the weekly count, 52 weeks of 7 days. And we have the monthly solar cycle, which is 12 months of 30 days, plus the 4 intercalary days. So here's that word darkness again as well. And we also see buy it back. So again, we'll go to Job 3:6. Oops, sorry. I'm at 3:5. Let me get this ad out of here. Scroll all the way down. So here we go. May chazek, the same word used there in Genesis 1, 2, and gloom, reclaim it. Yagalu, to redeem, reclaim. This is why we see our kinsman redeemer, like that's who Messiah is, because he's reclaiming us, taking us back. So this chazek, Job is literally saying, let that chozek take it back. Where is that chozek found again? Right here in Genesis 1:2. Chozek. Same exact word. So Job is literally taking us back to Genesis 1:2. Saying, let that chozek, reclaim it, take it back. He's pointing us to where the divider day goes. And that's before day 1, as per Genesis 1:2. The There is no example in scriptures of a void ever being between days 3 and 4. And this is a big issue because we have verses showing where that void is, not only in Genesis, but right here in Job as well. And not only in Genesis and Job, but here in Jubilees as well. So this is Jubilees chapter 1. Jubilees 1. And so we're going to go to verse 27. And he said to the messenger of the presence, write for Moshe from the beginning of creation until my mikdash has been built among them forever. And then 29, and the messenger of the presence who went before the camp of Israel took the tablets of the divisions of years from the time of the creation of the law of what? The stars, things of that, the law of everything, and the witness of the Sabbaths, or the weeks, and the Jubilees, according to the individual years, according to all the number of Jubilees, from the day of creation, not day 4, but from the day of creation. And I want everybody to remember what Jubilees 1 is saying here as well. So starting from the day of creation, because next we're going to get into Jubilees chapter 6, verse 30. So just to show you, Jubilees 6 and verse 30. And all the days of the commands shall be 52 weeks of days, and these shall make the entire year complete. So 52 weeks of days, that's 52 weeks of 7 days, that's 364. So where do we start this count? From the day of creation, as Jubilees just said. So starting from the day of creation, the command is 52 weeks of 7 days. And there's no neglecting this command for a single year or from year to year either. So the people who like to add a week, things like that, a month, Jubilees is showing, hey, no, we don't do that. So this is just showing that creation weekly cycle again in Jubilees here, beginning from creation. And then, what did I have here? What is this? Jubilees 50. Okay, 50 verse 4. And so therefore I have ordained for you the yearly Sabbaths and the years of the Jubilees. And there are 49 days from Adam. Okay, and it just talks about Adam and stuff. But we see, so he ordained for us the yearly Sabbath and the years, not months, and the Jubilees. Why? Because the year is referring to the creation weekly cycle. Just as we have seen Jubilees 1, from creation, we have 52 weeks of 7 days. And he has ordained the yearly Sabbath, showing us the Sabbath is divided each year. Then we have Jubilees 4. And starting in verse 17. So speaking about Enoch here, as we could see right in the verse above. So, and he was the first among men that were born on earth, who learned writing and knowledge and wisdom, and who wrote down the signs of the Shamayim according to the order of their months in a book. So just as we said before, Jubilees is describing the weekly creation cycle, and they even acknowledge that Enoch is describing the solar monthly cycle in Jubilees itself, so that men might know the seasons of the years according to the order of their separate months. So again, we have more confirmation. Look, Enoch speaking about the monthly solar cycle. So all these verses here all show where the divider day goes. It's all confirmation of what we have found since the beginning of our fellowship here. There are two cycles that are holding Yahuah's creation calendar, the true calendar. And we have the weekly cycle, which is the 52 weeks of 7 days. And that begins from creation. Then we have the solar calendar, which is what Enoch is describing, which is the monthly cycle of 12 months of 30 days, plus the 4 seasonal intercalary days. Is there any questions so far? Because I do have a video about Ancient of Days and Head of Days we'd like to go over really quick as well. So before that, if anybody has any questions, feel free. But while we wait, let me kind of explain real quick. So there's this video here. Here, I'll share it in the chat actually. So that's the video there we're going to be going over. So one of the things is, so Dustin, the one who wants to put the void in the in-between days 3 and 4, he sent us this video, and he was claiming the Ancient of Days and Head of Days were the same meaning. And the ironic thing about that is this video is actually showing they actually have 2 different meanings. One is for the void day, and one's for the head of months, the Tekufa. And when we pointed this out to him, he just denied it. He got very aggressive and blocked both me and Katrina because he couldn't answer scriptures. And I do have screenshots if anybody is interested in that in our conversation, just so you can see really how nasty his fruits were behind the scenes. So anyways, regardless of that, this word study is basically going to show us the difference between Ancient of Days, which is what can be found in the book of Daniel. That's what Daniel refers to Yahuah as, is the Ancient of Days. And Enoch refers to Yahuah as the Head of Days. And it's going to make sense as to why Enoch's referring to him as the Head of Days, because Head of Days means gate, Ancient of Days means void. So Daniel is speaking about the void day before day 1, and Enoch is speaking about the Head of Days, or the gate, because he's speaking about the solar cycle. It's really fast.
When it appears with that study, it sounds like she's talking about like the Ancient of Days being that separator, that division, and the Head of Days is something else. But when Dustin was giving his presentation, he was using, the Head of Days, and he was kind of combining the meaning as to say it was the Head of Days. And so that's where, it was just sketchy to me. So when you see this teaching, you'll be able to maybe understand the difference between Ancient of Days and Head of Days. But he's using it simultaneously. It's kind of weird with this presentation. And I just noted that, and I asked him, what's going on here? And he just wouldn't address my points at all. And I'm like, all right, this is not right then. So yeah.
Yeah, precisely. And Shabbat Shalom to all those just joining in as well. So just to recap really quickly what we've gone over so far. So we've gone over the 4 intercalary leaders and the stars found in Enoch 82. We went over the 2 added leaders that are different from the 4 leaders, also found in Enoch 82. And we went over all the creation weekly cycle verses Genesis 1, 2, Job 3, 5 through 6, Jubilees 1, 27 through 29, all throughout Jubilees, really. So we just went over a recap, or went over all the verses proving out the creation weekly cycle and where that void day goes. And we see it goes before day 1 week of creation, just like we had found since the beginning. And so this video is just going to go over the difference between Ancient of Days and Head of Days. Both these terms, they're used by Daniel and Enoch. So Daniel uses Ancient of Days, Enoch uses Head of Days. So let me mute my mic here, and then it's only about a 30-minute video, but I have it on 1.15 speed, so it'll probably only be about 20-25 minutes maybe. But we're going to go over it afterwards as well, after we watch it. So let me mute my mic, and then we will go ahead and get started.
And I'll be presenting the word study I did today. One of our subscribers asked me to do this to help in a presentation on the creation calendar that he's doing. And the purpose of the word study is to shed any light that I can on the names the Ancient of Days and the Head of Days in 1st Enoch and Daniel. Now, I'm going to be doing the words ancient, head, and then days. I'm going to keep my thoughts on the alternative meanings into the context of this request, meaning there are probably some more alternative meanings I can see, but they would just really not apply at all to what this request has been about. So, for the Ancient of Days, I'm going to be using Daniel 7:9 out of the Masoretic text, where it says, I beheld till the thrones were cast down and the Ancient of Days did sit. So that's where I'm pulling the words for Ancient of Days. And I'm going to use the text of Daniel for the spelling of the word days there, since Daniel's vision is referring to the same place and context as 1st Enoch. There are variations to the spelling of days in Scripture in the plural form, and even in the singular. So I found the spelling in Daniel for the word days is not like the same as the one in Genesis below, Genesis 1:14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons and for days and years. That word days there in Genesis is yod men, yod mem, which is then changed when you look it up in the reference materials to point to Strong's H3117 for its definition. When I go to the comparison of phrases, I'm going to put the Genesis 1:14 days with the word head. I do not have access to the source, to any source text of 1st Enoch to see the Hebrew there. So what I'm going to be comparing is here on the screen in this little chart. The two words for days that I'm going to be comparing are right there. And as you can see, the underlying Hebrew text is very different and not the same. I mean, we know from Genesis 1:14 that we're talking about days on the calendar, and it is different from the days in Daniel 7:9. Now, it's part of my practice when translating verses to always use the letters exactly as they were written. I don't change anything. While the English text would have you think that these two verses are speaking to exactly the same 24-hour day in our modern minds. When we hear the word day, you know, how did you do yesterday? Or I'm going to be doing that tomorrow, or I've done that for the last 5 days. We think of 24-hour days, and our modern minds think in a certain viewpoint. But I don't consider that these two words to be the same in the Hebrew, because they're not. So this word study would not have the same information if I used Genesis 1:14's word for days in both places. So I just want you to remember that when I get to explaining all this. At the end of this video, I'm going to tie everything together in the phrasing, and I'm going to have some comments in there and a special bonus for the person who requested this that I saw while I was doing this. I have always received such a blessing when someone requests of me to do a word study or to translate a verse, and this instance was no different than the prior one, so thank you for asking me to do this. Okay, our first word is Yomyin or Yomyan. I am not the expert at pronunciation. So just for anybody who's never heard me speak before, I don't have, you don't come to me for learning how to pronounce the words, but that's the best I can do. I look at, the pronunciations online and do my best. Okay, so this spelling right here, Yod Vav Mem, Yod Nun, is the one that's in Daniel 7:9. I've highlighted it there in the verse. I've highlighted it right here in the Hebrew text. So this word in its totality is missing in both Strong's and in Klein's dictionary. The full word is not found. Of course, the word for day, the singular reference to day in H31:17 or H31:18, Yod Vav Mem, is, this part right here is usually the word for a day. And that day is defined as the daytime or a 24-hour day or a time period or even a year. References to yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I mean, you got to love it when the people who write these things just stretch it out to mean a whole bunch of different things, because we look at the biblical usage and how it's been used. Of course, it's the vast majority of the time only these first three letters, Yod Vav Mem, is what we're looking at right here. That's been translated as day. And then it's been translated as time, and as chronicles, and daily, and ever, and year, and continually. You get the idea. And miscellaneous 44 times. That really is a red flag for me of these verses right here. Like, what in the world did they translate those three letters to? Anyway, let's go see what we can do to pull apart the actual word Yom Yin that was written in the text. Okay. So the first three letters is what I just read you, the word for day. But the Klein's dictionary does have a definition for these last two letters. It's missing in Strong's, but it's in the dictionary. And Yod Nun is not a suffix to make something plural. So don't think in your mind, don't go that way. In Klein's dictionary, this says it's from a contraction, an abbreviation of the classical Greek word ion, which I found was kind of very interesting. We know that languages have borrowed words, and the Hebrew people borrowed words, and so did everybody else. English is full of borrowed words. But in understanding, if we looked at this as an ion, ions move energy toward an electrode of an opposite charge. So it's dealing with energy, entropy, waves of matter, or electronic clouds. Okay. Now, in my own studies, when I look at these two letters, and I've been, I've looked at these two letters before. It would deal with power and direction, guiding and bringing forth something for rebirth, or bringing something out from a hidden place. I mean, it's a power coming to sprout something, to move something, to energize it. Okay. Which, ions have potential. I mean, that's talking all about energy and the potential for energy and the transfer, bringing forth of energy. Okay. In verses where I have seen this before, that word is talking about the energizing of a vortex of energy, or the spinning of light, or controlling the flow of energy. So that's my understanding at a Yehudiath level of things that I think about when I see this word in Scripture. Okay. Now, natural occurrences for ions, I got this from Wikipedia. They're all through nature. And since we're talking about the calendar, I just wanted to mention that the ions are part of forming the luminescence of the sun, the light. Our ionosphere is full of this. It also gets the ions get absorbed to make gemstones have their colors, and our own bodies, the energy in our own bodies needs those ions to produce ATP. So it was really interesting. My daily bread, my daily energy, I don't know what, I mean, I'm just kind of joking around here, but it's actually a word is the point that I'm trying to make to you. Okay, and we're looking at the components of words like we usually do. So Mem Yod is here in the middle of this word. There's your Strong's number, and it was in the dictionary. Now, in Strong's, they say that this means who, whosoever, and whom. And it's been in Scripture 12 times. But there are many words that they tell me all mean who, whomsoever, and whom. So these would be 12 very interesting verses to go look at and see what was actually in those verses. Because in the Red Dictionary, it says that this is the word me, and it's the musical third scale. Now, they also say it means whom, whomsoever, whom. So you know, take it for what it is. But it's interesting that the dictionary does point out that it's dealing with frequencies. When I've seen this in verses, it's energizing of a vortex. It deals with women spinning light, controlling the flow of energy, or teachers of such things. It's a very interesting word to trace through the text. Okay, the last three letters here is also a word. There's your Strong's, it's in the dictionary, and it means a kind or a species, as in the origin, the original, like, blueprint, like Yahusha being the first of everything. This would be the first of everything, okay? Dealing with a kind or species or race. It includes in its definition reproducing and inventing, classifying things. He thought out, he invented. It also means to furrow, plow, split, invent, to sort. Okay, so now I'm going to just throw in here something out of the box, but it's something that I study for my own research purposes. And this word up here, this me word that I said was the musical scale, it refers to and is associated with other things in the same frequency, okay, that bind two things together through a twisting. So if we're talking about, 2 years being joined together, and we know we're going in a circular pattern or a spiral pattern, that there's things that are being bound together. That's all I'm going to say for that. Okay. Now, some alternative meanings to this word would be the day or year of flowing and spinning light and energy, or timeless, eternal source of flowing, spinning light and energy, or the origin of eternal pairing and twisting is connecting and splitting in a vortex, flowing energy and light. The eternal source of light and energy is connecting and splitting to origins of kinds of species. Origins of kinds and species. When I looked at just the letters themselves, I ended up with these sentences and phrases. The eternal source of all power connects to the innermost location and rebirths and renews it again. Or the eternal power to choose direction connects to the innermost midpoint and directs the path of bringing it forth, increasing it from that hidden midpoint. The eternal power to send something through a portal, choose pathways, connects through the waters of energy and light to bring forth an increase. Okay, you're going to see all these alternative meanings again, because at the end of this video I put them all in a chart so that it would be easy to compare things. Okay, our next word is yamim. It's also a word for days. This is the word for days in Genesis 1:14, where it said that the sun, moon, and stars were going to be for days. And here's the Hebrew, and there's the word right there. Now, this word, exactly as it is, yod mem, is in Strong's. It's H3222. And they say that the meaning is uncertain, meaning perhaps mules or hot springs. Okay? They show that this word is in Scripture only one time. Okay? One time they say they've translated it as mules. This is what you get in the reference books. Okay? Now, I want you to note that there are 6 words in the lexicon that all mean days. And this is not one of them. When you look at plural days, go look at your reference materials, you won't find yod mem. And when you look at the 8 words in the lexicon, all translated as day, singular, you will not find yod mem either. Okay. Now, in the Red Dictionary, in the Klein's Dictionary, if we looked at yod mem, you could take the mem at the end and turn that into a suffix and say there. And yod mem yod is the word that means maritime and sea. Okay? So if I were just to see this all by itself, one of the things that, when you're translating the words, you'd have to think does it mean they're sea or they're maritime? Okay, but in the exercise to do this word study, of course, I track words like this exactly as they are. And there's lots of verses where this yod mem has been translated days. I mean, Genesis 1:14 is not the only one. because what you got to understand, I know some of you may have never seen me do a word study before, but what you have to understand is when you go look in your reference books, they're going to take this Yod Mem, they will insert a Vav into it, and then they're going to point you to a Strong's entry. They don't have Strong's entry for this, okay, as it's written. So that Yod Mem is found in all kinds of verses. Genesis 6:4, when the giants were in those days, and Deuteronomy 32, giving you advice on how to prolong your days, and in Job, and in the book of Esther, in the book of Micah. It's even in the Brit Hadashah, in Matthew, and in Acts. So it's a common thing for the authors to have written Yod Mem. Okay, so that's how we're going to look at it, is the exact way that they wrote it. We're not going to insert a Vav into it. The Yod in front, the first letter, can be a prefix. It means he or they will. The first two letters is in the Red Dictionary, and has a Yod Mem has a Strong's number. It means sea, lake, large body of water, maritime. That's where I was coming up with their maritime stuff up there. Okay, so large body of water, maritime. It also means the west, or literally the western portion of Israel, located next to the sea. I thought that was interesting too. Okay, the last three letters, Mem, Yod Mem. It's the word for the letter Mem itself, and it also means, it means water. Okay, so the maritime theme is actually very accurate, because the Mem letter itself, whether you see just the letter or you see the name of the letter spelled out, refers to water. Mem, Yod Mem can mean to mix with water, to hydrate something, to mean waters, plural, urine, semen. Figuratively, it has some meanings as well that I don't think really are going to apply to a calendar study, so or name study here. So the end, just realize that the last two letters, Yod Mem, are a suffix that is the masculine plural. So just like we had the Yod at the beginning as a he, they, will, we also have a suffix at the end. Okay, so when you take those components and you start to mix and match these things, I came up with things like he will hydrate or refresh with water, or a multitude of waters, or the doubling of waters. And when I looked at the letters themselves, I had the thought of the eternal power separates and doubling through water. And I have found that the word water many times when I have been translating can refer to waves of frequency, energy, and light. So I also got, when I looked at these words, a phrase came to mind, the portal or pathway for the waters, waves of frequency, energy, and light. Okay, so we're talking, if I talk about water in that way, I'm talking about the invisible realm of frequencies that our eyes don't see, and how energy flows around in waves. Even light particles travel in waves. So that would be like the waters, the waves of light particles. Okay, that kind of thing. Okay, on to the next word. Okay, our next word is atik, is how it's pronounced. Ancient in English. It's spelled Ayin Tav Yod Kuf. We have a set of different Strong's numbers that are for this, and the basic meaning is ancient, which is where we get the, the Ancient of Days. It also means venerable, advanced, aged, old, or imminent. I liked the reference, I bolded it, because removed from out of time, or removed from our time. And I think of the heavenly realm as removed from our time. So that's why I bolded that. Taken away was mentioned, and that just seems odd to me. I don't see where in the biblical usage it was ever translated that way, so I'm not really sure why they put that there, but I wanted to mention it. And then there's these meanings that they put in there, surpassing, choice, and splendid. And those showed up in an interesting place I'll share with you in just a moment. Okay, so in biblical usage, this atik word has been 4 times translated ancient, 1 time drawn and 1 time durable. And drawn and durable just don't, to me, fit this pattern right here. So there's like verses I'd want to go look at and see where in the world did that meaning get applied to. Why did the translator do that? Okay, so if we go to the components of the word, let's look at the first 2 letters. Ayin Tav is in the dictionary and in Strong's, and it means time, season, appointed time, or he appeared. Okay, and the only other word that's really in here is in the middle, Tav Yod. It's in Klein's dictionary, and it's not in Strong's. Klein's dictionary says it means pertaining to something. And in my own work with the verses and translating, I see this as the garment for your soul. Like, there's a verse that says that you have a soul, and it also has a garment, okay? And this would be the garment. And some of this verse that I'm pulling this from, go look at Isaiah 23:18, because it's describing a garment that would be surpassing choice and splendid. Just a hint of where in the world did they get that from, but it's that word. Now, I mentioned in one of the words prior that I kind of look at the frequencies of words. And so the ancient Atik word has relevance and in the same frequency as the Mishkan, the tabernacle design from the Shamayim, the heavens. I enjoyed meeting Andrew Hoy of the 314 Project, that he showed that the Mishkan was round. It was a model for biblical cosmology and the firmament. And that, I think, applies, and this is the only reason I'm mentioning it is because of the context of the request for this word study. It also relates to the human body. It also relates to the life that comes from Yashayah, which is the word Jesse, when it says that he'll come from the root of Jesse, that there will be a branch from the root of Jesse. It's the word Yashayah. And so the life coming from Jesse is also in this frequency. So I wanted to mention that. So when I take the word Atik and I looked at the components, I said, okay, we could have time's pathways are being elevated and lifted higher. We could say time goes through a portal and is raised up and spun around. We could say the fountain, the source of the garment of our soul, is elevated, raised up, and spinning. Like if you were to spin light and we end up with a light buddy. And it's being raised up higher and it's spinning, because we know that electrons spin around molecules and all kinds of things spin in creation. We have an appointed time for the eternal power and pathway to go to a new level. That was another way I could look at this. And just looking at the letters, I came up with some phrases like the fruit of the fountain of life, the covenant pathway is raising up to a new level, or the fruit of the fountain of life is reaching a conclusion and has a pathway or portal to be raised up to another level. Like one level is coming to an end and now we're going to the next level. So that was some of the things that I got from the understanding of the word Atik or ancient. Okay, the last word that we're going to do, and then we'll get to combining things, is the word Rosh. This is the head of days. This is the word for head. Its basic meaning is chief, head, or sum. There's a couple Strong's numbers that describe this three letters, Resh, Aleph, Shin. In biblical usage, it's been mostly translated as head and then chief and then top and also the beginning, which is kind of interesting because you could say instead of the head of days, it's the beginning of days. Or company, captain, sum, first, principal, rulers, chief, and then again, miscellaneous 23 times. Why? Why? How could any of all this not fit those 23 verses? Things like that just amaze me. Okay, in looking at the components, what subwords are in the three letters there. Resh Aleph is in Klein's dictionary. It's not in Strong's. It means to see, look at, perceive. And verses, I've seen it translated as manifested or shall see. And the Yahuah perspective in verses, I always see this as someone's looking into the spiritual realm. So it's invisible to our eyes. When the prophets have visions, they're doing the raw. It's not Rosh. I mean, it's just the first two letters, but they're seeing into the spiritual realm. Or when Moses is seeing the angel and the burning bush, he's seeing into the spiritual realm there. It's not just necessarily with his normal eyes. Okay, the Aleph Shin at the end of this word, there's your references for it, means a foundation. It means flames, a fire for cooking, an altar fire, God's anger, or supernatural fire. So when I looked at some of the component meanings for Rosh, I get seeing and perceiving a supernatural fire, manifesting the foundation in the invisible realm. I thought, you could say something like that too. Looking at just the letters, I got the prophet elder. The elevated one takes the beginning, the design and creation through 360. the head chief creator, designer of 360. The head chief creator, designer of sanctification and burning energy. Okay. The sun is the burning energy. Shin has the value of 360 when it's spelled out, the name, not just the letter, but the whole name is spelled out, and it's 360, which I think is very relevant to any calendar discussion. So that's why I said it this way, for the purposes of this special request. Okay, now we're going to go to where I'm going to compare some of the information and consolidate it together. If you have any insights into any of the things that I'm showing in this video, I sure would appreciate your putting them in the comments, because I would enjoy that very much. Okay, so here we have a little chart that I did. We have the Ancient of Days in the left-hand side and the Head of Days in the right-hand side. There's their Hebrew, their pronunciations. So for the Ancient of Days, the Atik Yong Yin, there's the spelling of the word days. And for the Rosh Mim, sorry, the word day is just the Yod of the Mem. And I looked at this and I thought, okay, this is a doubling of the days, a doubling of the waters. And everything that's alive doubles. When he says you've got to be baptized in living waters, or I'll give you the waters of life. They're living. Our people multiply through doubling. The mother and the father's chromosomes come together, and that doubling pairs up and creates a multiplication, or our cells divide and multiply. So there's a multiplication to anything that's living. But when I thought about this Yod and Mem over here in the other word for days, back to the Ancient of Days side, I looked at it and I thought the day is split. Like the Yod and the Mem are split by something that's connecting them. And that would release ions, energy, and a transfer of energy transfer or rebirthing. So I actually looked at it as the day was being divided by something that's still connecting it.
So really quick, I just wanted to pause it and go over pay close attention to this chart here, and you're going to see some very interesting information already. So we're going to see, the Ancient of Days, the origin of the eternal pairing there at the bottom. The pairing of what? The two cycles. But, that's not all. The bottom of this chart is going to show, Ancient of Days is referring to that time before Genesis 1. The Head of Days is going to be referring to a gate or things of that nature, i.e. the fourth gate described in Enoch, which is why Enoch is calling him the Head of Days. So let me continue it.
And it's releasing energy. And I pondered that. So I put it in here. Okay, so what you see in this chart is all the, up here in the blue is basically the standard definition for the words, and what you see in the text. And each column, we have the ancient column is blue, the head column is blue. The days are both the same color. So you can kind of compare the two side by side. And I put all the alternative and Yahuah meanings here in this chart so that you could contemplate this and meditate on it. Okay. One thing left for you to ponder, and then I'll be done. This is, this is being done to help understand the ancient calendar. So I went back to Genesis 1:14, and I just wanted to show you this. It's, and Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day. That's blue from the night. And let them be for signs and seasons for the days and years. Okay, that's green. So the word day up here is the Yod Vav Mem, sitting right there. And the days plural is that Yod Mem, Yod Mem. So if you look back up here, at the way the words were spelled for days, then you can ponder how the day up here to divide the day from the night was associated with the Ancient of Days. And the word where it says, and let them be for signs and seasons and for days, plural, was associated with the verse and the stuff where I pulled for the head of days. So this is just another way to sit there and look at Genesis 1:14 and see if you see anything. And again, if you get anything out of this teaching, I would appreciate your putting it in the comments, and I'd enjoy that kind of discussion. And I hope you have enjoyed this word study. And for those of you who are in our community, there is a bonus section that we can discuss on Sabbath. And Shalom, please like and subscribe to our channel.
All right, so as you can see, the Ancient of Days and the Head of Days have two different meanings according to the Sister's Own Word Study. And all of this is what a lot of people are denying. So, actually here, let me go in the chat and try and get those pictures Katrina shared there. Why is it not
Oh,
showing?
yeah. So Mary commented in that video's comment section. And she said, the Ancient of Days, separating the light from dark, sounds like separating the new from the old, life from death, new year from the old year. And that's exactly what we saw when we were watching that. So she's asking a question, possibly. In the Head of Days, that's what we're taught for keeping track of our days, and they were placed on the fourth day of creation. So we see these two different distinct starts, and she sees it as well. And she said, I think the stars were that separating force or frequency, right? Or marker between light and dark. And then the sun and the moon were the two great lights placed in the head of days to number our days. Which is right. That's the fourth day of creation. That's where the sun, the moon, the stars, and the fourth day of the creation week. It's a beautiful representation. So when it's talking about the waters with the head of the days, aren't people are also calling the by water terms. So in a sense, the head of days sounds like it's at the beginning of the counting of time for the people. So I thought that was just a confirmation for me, and I'm like, yeah, Ancient of Days sounds like it's the divider between the years. And the head of days is likened to be the fourth day. And then, it seems as though that's what she's seeing.
Yep,
So,
exactly. Just more confirmation.
yeah. I thought that was neat, though.
Yeah, it really was.
Like she said, it's just another way of looking at Genesis.
And it all ties back to right there at the beginning of creation, before day one. So, yeah, just a whole lot of confirmations, a lot of things we found, a whole bunch. So let me, why is it not showing? There it is. There's just too many ads on this page is why. Okay. So I wanted to go over a bit about 4Q318.
Wait a minute. Hold your horses, Jeremy. Okay? I know you have a lot to go through, but I would like, does anybody's input, or are they seeing the same thing, or could we be reading too much into it? What is everybody's thoughts on that?
I can see it. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, all praise to the Most High.
Anybody not see it? I mean, I had to go back through that video. I probably watched it about like 5 times. And I was just like, wow, that is something. Because, again, what Dustin was doing in his presentation was saying that, you know, this head of days, and he was just using that reference point, but he was using, it seemed, the ancient of days, like the different word or phrase, and putting it on the head of days. And I was just like, but they're different. They're distinct. They have 2 different spellings, 2 different meanings. And it's just like, I don't know. Is it too much? Is it too far-fetched? Or
I have to go back through it too.
yeah, definitely go back and watch it because it's really interesting. But that's kind of what we're pulling from it, is that there's 2 different starts. And yeah, he wants to put like Yahuah is like the divider day, but they want to put it on the equinox in between days 3 and 4. So I'm like, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I watched the video of the group segment, and then I always will watch something, then I'll go back through, and then that's when I do my notes and go over them. And that was the thing that I could not figure out where they were coming from on that 4th, on the equinox, to add the day there.
Right. And
Yeah,
then
exactly.
they're also just bypassing equal day, equal night, because you have those 2 sun signs, but they're only using, I guess, the straight line shadow now. That's what he doesn't see equal day, equal night, so he doesn't use it. But what do we have with, Jubilees when it talks about then the day becomes equal with the night? I mean, it's
You mean
obviously
Enoch?
I'm sorry. Yeah, Enoch. When the day is equal with the night, what do we do with that? We can't put that on. And Dustin even said, no, you can't put that on the straight line shadow event because it's not possible to have equal day, equal night on that day. It's not possible. He admitted to it. So what do you do with it? Well, he wants to ignore it.
Not good. If you ignore stuff, you have to be open to anything. I've been through so many different studies, and then later on I find new information. And if I don't find, if I don't research it and look at it and be open to it, then I'm going to be stuck in this position, and I see so many people that I know that are stuck believing one thing because they don't want to be offending anybody else. They don't want to be ostracized from that group. And if you're just not willing to learn, you're not going to get the greater things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And,
Fellowshipping.
work together, too. If people are not willing to work together. And what happened I started to ask Dustin a couple questions the other day. And these are legitimate questions. So we see in Job 3 that there is a day of his birth that is not to be counted in the reckoning of the year. It's very specific. And so I asked him, well, where is that day for you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to him, that day would be the equinox day. But that is a day where Yahuah's esteem lit up the temple and tabernacle.
Absolutely.
And so And so you're going to be putting an abominable day, a day of darkness, on top of that day that's supposed to be illuminated. So I said, where do you put Job's birthday, if you will? Where do you put Job's birthday on your And he just got so nasty and vile, and he just started pointing fingers at me instead of addressing the question. And
that's how they get out of it. That's how they get out of answering the question, by throwing a fit.
Right. He threw a fit and he blocked me. And this is what they just can't have a conversation. They can't answer the questions. It's like, where do you put this day? Like, it's a legitimate question because we have a day here.
Yes.
That is not to be counted in the reckoning of the years. They're putting that day on the equinox.
Yeah, we can't have a day of darkness on a day of Yahuah's esteem that's lighting everything up.
Yes.
Has anybody checked the Brown Driver Briggs definition for advanced in Daniel 7:9? Anyway, here it is. It's ancient, advanced, aged, old, and get this, taken away.
Ooh,
there you go.
Wow.
Taken away, taken out.
Yeah.
Excellent find. There you go. I mean,
I think that was explained in her explanation about the word taken away.
Definite.
That's in her explanation.
That's what she gathered by looking at the letters. Yeah.
Didn't she say something about it being taken out, separate, but a dividing?
Exactly.
In that word, ancient.
Yep, that's exactly it.
I'm going to check the DWOT and see if I can even come up with something else. So I'll be back with you on it if I find something.
Oh, yeah. Please, thank you. So that was really fishy to me. And so that's why I think, it really sucks that, some of the people are turning on, getting captured by like his understanding, but it's like, sorry, my kids are with me, but it's like, it really hurts, really hurts. Yeah. Sorry, my kids are being loud.
The way I look at it, Christina, is it's not for them. If they're not willing to learn it all, then it's not for them. They're going to stop at the point that they believe, and they're not going to grow anymore. And it is very sad, especially when you can come this far. Why can't you just keep going? Just keep going. So what? You made a mistake yesterday. Today's a new day. We're going to learn new things, and we're going to correct those errors that we've made.
Absolutely, yes.
Exactly. I just can't see past that one understanding of Job, and that has to be the divider right there. That has to be connecting it back to Genesis 1:2. That has to be the divide.
Yes.
But we can't put it on top of a day that, the priest got in trouble for looking at the sun on that day and not the illuminated temple. They were seen as an abomination for just turning their back. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
and that's exactly what Dustin is doing because he's following the solar cycle. Right? Then that's dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah. They're only following that one cycle, and it's just like the wicked priests. They turn their back on their creator to follow the creation. Unfortunately, that's what we see is happening. And unfortunately, it spreads like a virus, and we're not immune to that, even in our group as well, sadly. But that's kind of why we're addressing all these scriptures today, and it's not to hate or be disrespectful or anything like that. We're just showing what we found in scriptures and how our foundation is scriptures itself. Scriptures define scriptures. We don't use our thoughts to define what scriptures say. We don't use Webster's dictionary to define words that are in scriptures, because that's not going to be accurate. I mean, even Strong's Concordance and things like that we see is not accurate either.
Right.
So they'll throw in a bunch of different meanings when, the word really doesn't even mean that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Strong's was just one man, so
Yeah.
we have to use every resource we can find.
I agree. It's, studying and learning constantly, and, just keep scriptures as our foundation. There's a lot of very strange rabbit holes out there, and they're like traps, like you see in the cartoons where, a big giant hole's dug and then they cover it with a bunch of leaves. It's like what these rabbit holes are. And once you stumble into one, you just keep going deeper and deeper into it, and that takes you off the path you were originally on. And all these different rabbit holes, they'll come from, men's ideology or men's thinking, things like that, or their interpretation on what scripture says. And we can see there's a wide variety of how people can interpret scriptures.
Right. So the calendar is not given to us in the canon, but there is hints all over it when you know what to look for. And so the canon becomes a confirmation of sorts. And just like with 1 Samuel 20, it would be impossible to start the day after the equinox. So
Yeah. Because, the word field in biblical usage is speaking about a farm where you plant things. Just like the same field Messiah was walking through and he picked the grain to eat. What's that same word? Field. It's agricultural use, growing things. So if it was autumn or winter, there would be nothing in the field for David to hide in. It would just be an
right.
empty
So
field.
context, Jeremy, let's bring in the context though. There's people saying that, 1 Samuel 20 that's in the winter. It couldn't be in the spring. And so that's where he's getting with the David being in the field, is that, you would have crops to hide in or whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the wheat and the barley grow pretty tall.
Right.
So that's how he would have a field to hide in, because he can hide in that wheat or barley right there at the beginning of the year. There's not too many crops that really grow that tall to hide in.
Would it be hard to find an arrow in a field that's got its crop arrow? Just a question.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, sister. It sounded a little muffled.
Would you find an arrow? Remember that boy had to fire an arrow into the field for David. Would he, if there was a lot of crop around, it'd be hard to find an arrow, wouldn't it? I don't know. I don't know.
It would be hard to find an arrow in a field that was full grown.
Yeah, there's that as well.
I do have another question. I'm not sure how to ask it because I've forgotten. something part of it. At the beginning, Jeremy, you were saying that Enoch was using the word Ancient of Days, and who was the other person using it as being? See, I've forgotten. Days.
Yeah, no worries. So
So
Enoch was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, keep going.
So Enoch was calling him the head of days,
Oh,
which on that chart on the sister you can see it can mean like a gate, things like that. And so he head of days is basically describing like the monthly cycle, and then the ancient of days, which Daniel uses,
okay, ancient.
that's talking about that taken away or that void, like the what she was going over at the beginning, like before
Yeah.
creation, all those things before creation, like establishing the foundation.
Yeah. So my question is, because you said that they were using the same terminology, or the two different terminologies for the same thing.
Yeah, correct. So Dustin, who's the one we were kind of speaking with, who he was trying to claim Ancient of Days and Head of Days mean the same thing. And then he sent us that video, like, hey, check it out. They mean the same thing. So we watch it. And right at the beginning, the sister's like, yeah, they mean two different things. And it's really fascinating. And I was like, wait a minute. He just said they're the same. But clearly, even on this video he shared, they're not.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, when we brought it up to him, that's when he got, he threw a fit and a tantrum and blocked us. But yeah, we see, all these things that are pointing to where the divider day goes. And it's right where Genesis 1:2 says, before the light came to be, which that light coming to be is the start of the counting of days. And Job saying, let darkness reclaim it, let darkness buy it back. It's that same word, chosek, used in Genesis 1:2, where the darkness was before there was light. And so if he's saying his birthday is this day of darkness, day of chosek, well, that can't be in between days 3 and 4, because that's when the esteem of Yahuah is lighting up the Holy of Holies. And 1QS, column 10, which is the community rule and Dead Sea Scrolls, that it literally says there, the commencement of the months is a great day for the Holy of Holies. Why? Because that esteem of Yahuah is lighting it up, that light. So it's impossible for that day to be a day of darkness. It can't be. And then there's a verse in Jeremiah as well that speaks about it, his birthday being a day of darkness, just like Job. So him and Job were born both on the void day. So we can't have this day of darkness on top of Yahuwah's esteem, who's lighting everything up. And that's according to Ezekiel 43. So it's really just more confirmation on what we have found. And when we point these things out to certain people, they want to dismiss it or ignore it or say, well, we don't really have to do that. Well, again, what is our foundation? It's going to be scriptures. So scripture says what it says. And there's confirmations of that void before day 1 in Genesis 1 all throughout scriptures, and especially in Jubilees. Beginning from creation, 52 weeks of days, all these things. They even confirm in Jubilees that Enoch is speaking about the monthly cycle. And, we get berated and told, we're making things up, things like that. And it's like, look, we're just showing you what we find in scriptures. That's all. And so I'm sticking with what scripture says. It's not what whoever says is true. It's when they speak and show you something and say, oh, look what I found, go and test it out for yourself as well. And that's what I always say on here. I'm just presenting what I found in scriptures. And, take it to the Father and test everything for yourselves as well. And, he will show you the same things he's shown all of us here. And it's truly amazing.
When we first started looking into Saturday not being the Sabbath every year, we didn't jump into things straight away. We actually took probably about 12 months. We were watching a bit of Remnant of the Light, and we were watching, which we understood the way that she was saying it, that the straight line shadow was that middle branch. So then we could totally see it that way. And then we were under the understanding that there had other people like Nick Vanderland who had the very next day as being day one. So there was that bit of confusion, and it was hard because we could kind of see it his way, and I can't even remember it anymore because we don't agree with that now. But we took it to Yahuah, and we took it to prayer, and we just wanted to know, is Saturday the Sabbath every year? And I know it took us a long time to step into things, but we don't want to go doing something that could be incorrect just willy-nilly. Like, it's a big step to just stop doing one thing and starting another unless you are fully 100% convinced. And so that's why it did take us a long time. And I mean, I was quicker to get it than my husband, and I couldn't change and do anything until Drew was fully convinced either. So we really had to study into knowing that Saturday wasn't the Sabbath. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. And it's not coming out the way I was imagining I was going to be saying it. But anyway, I hope you're following along.
Yeah, no, I follow.
So the Father, because I'm a simple girl, I'm really simple. I'm really simple. And the Father just pretty much confirmed to us that the pattern was given in the menorah for us to follow, to count days. And that fourth day is day one because it's that straight line day. And then you continue counting 5, 6, 7. It's just so simple. If you stuff that up, you're dancing around. You're dancing. You're hopping. You're skipping. You're jumping. It's not the pattern. And so, lost my train of thought again. It is early in the morning.
Real quick about the menorah. So if you put a 0 on that center branch, where does your day 7 end up now? It's no longer on that menorah.
It's not on the menorah. And if you want to chuck it around on day one, on the first branch, it doesn't work. Oh, sorry. So I just remembered what I was going to say. So we've been walking this out. So we were looking into it for a year. We've been walking it out for 2 years now, pretty much exactly. It's engrounded in us, and I'm not saying indoctrinated enough to not be able to change our minds. Like, I'm not saying it like that. we have a steadfast foundation where we can't be easily swayed. So when this new theory came in to the group as such, it was like a big shock, oh my goodness, what? I've been going through this last week, and it's put me in a little bit of a sad hole, like a depression, like I feel like I've just lost half my family. But I just keep asking.
I feel it too. I feel that. It feels like I just lost a couple of my limbs. Exactly. You nailed it.
Yeah, it's been really sad. And I'm just praying for these people, because I know how easy it is when you're fresh in knowing something, and then someone brings a new little idea, a suggestion on something else. It can be so easy to switch over, because you're not grounded completely, and you may not have looked at all the evidence before you made that choice to jump. But even in saying that, even though I have this steadfast foundation of knowing what I know through all the evidence, and you guys have brought out, so between all these people that have even jumped, they brought up all this beautiful other evidence and information to make my strength even more. But even in that, I have stopped to go, well, could it be? Because I'm not going to say, no, what I know is true and that's all there is to it. I still had to look at it and go, could it be? And it still doesn't work. It still doesn't sit right, because the Father still brings me back to that menorah, because that's what he made that pattern prescribed as it is. Like, don't change a thing. Don't do it as I've made the pattern. And the pattern is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Come on, guys. Come on, kids. Let's count.
Yeah.
It's super simple. We don't like, we're living in a day and age now where we don't have all that depth. So we don't have all. I'm rambling. We're living in a place where we do have a lot of the information, but we've got to go back to simplicity of how the Father wanted his children to understand things, and that's how they had it at the temple. Even though those guys, they've had the book of Enoch and they had some scriptures or the writings, but the basic person didn't have anything in their homes to read back on. They just had to look at the pattern.
Yeah, exactly. No, sorry. People, they try to claim, oh, where's your pattern? Where's your pattern? Well, the menorah, literally, that's our pattern. Well, it's not our pattern. It's what Yahuah's pattern is. That's why he designed it.
Yeah.
We can't have a 0 on the middle branch, otherwise we knock day 7 off the pattern. We can't have a 0 in between days 3 and 4 because we don't see that in scriptures. And, it's just more and more confirmations, like you were saying. Like, this is our 40th week fellowshipping together. And every single week, yeah, every single week, it's just more and more confirmation on what we found. And I think a lot of people don't, yeah. But I think a lot of people may not realize that. So I learned this method from people putting a 0 in between days 3 and 4. That's how my journey started on this. So it's not a new concept to me. It may be for some people in here, but it's something I seriously tested out. I prayed, I fasted, all of these things. That's where Yahuah showed me the 2 cycles. They're very important. That's where I found Genesis 1, 2, all of these other confirmations. And so, the pattern we have is the pattern Yahuah said in the beginning. That's our pattern, the menorah. We can't break up the menorah. We can't put a 0 on the longest branch, or otherwise you're knocking day 7 off the chart. There's no more day 7.
You can't put
You know,
darkness on light. It doesn't
exactly.
overrule the light.
Exactly. We
The
can't put
light,
that.
yeah,
And then
the
they're going to
light
come.
overrules the dark.
Yeah.
Precisely.
And they're going to come back. Well, who told us that Creation Week has to cycle through every single year? Well, it's the beginning. We're supposed to go back to the beginning.
Mm.
You know, and then they're going to say, oh, well, who told you to use the menorah as, you know, well, I mean, that this is the type of excuses that we just keep getting. Well, who told you? Where is this first? And it's just, it's silly.
Yeah,
It's
and
nonsense.
they ask these questions while they're going and using things that cannot be found in scriptures to say, oh yeah, I'm right. Well, where's what you found in scriptures then?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
well,
where's the moon stations?
yeah, they're not in there. They're
Not to
not any.
mention that. Yeah. But if you want to go back to using the moon, okay, because, Marissa said that she totally changed her stance on what was it that she said that the moon brings in all the years
So in
to
Enoch
364 days. But the moon's how does it do that?
well,
That there's 28 that there's like 13 stations.
yeah, you can't find that anywhere in
But where is
scripture.
that in scripture?
No, it's not in there.
No.
And you know, there's a Enoch 75 that speaks about the sun and the stars bringing in the years. There's Enoch 82, again, the sun and the stars bringing in the years. Those two witnesses there should be shown about the third witness, that it's the sun and the stars bringing in the years in Enoch 74:12. She was saying, no, it's the moon. And then about the word they in there for sun and stars, she claimed it was, well, they is speaking about the years. Well, no, because in the next couple words, it says years. So it's not speaking about the years. It's they is plural for the sun and the stars,
Or
not moon.
there. THEIR, like there.
Yeah.
So
And we know
that's
it's not about the year because the next word is, yeah, they bring in the years. So yeah, it's really silly. It's all stuff I've debunked in the past.
but that's called like twisting it to fit your narrative, and that's so wrong.
Yeah.
That's called illustration and creating doctrine out of it. Because there is no doctrine that I could find that's about stations or stations. I mean, please correct us if we're wrong, okay? But I can't find scripture that speaks to this. We see that Enoch is talking about the phases of the moon, not particularly like stations, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, does anybody see? Please help me.
Well, I was on the moon calendar for about a year when I first come to Torah, and that was just the group that I come into. That's what they did. And what made me change was when they had to jump to the 13th month, and they were fighting back and forth, and they were totally a month off from each other. So here I am in a group of new believer, and half of them are going to go with starting in February, and the other half's going to start in like April. And I thought, same way when I come to Torah, and I cried out to Yah, and I said, you've got to show me, Father, because I'm confused. And it was confusing enough coming out of the Sunday keeping church into Torah to learn all that. And then to get in a group where they're getting the moon calendar, and it's like they're not together at all. They're fighting back and forth. And that's when, during the week of unleavened bread, I was in my little vintage camper, and I spent a whole weekend there by myself, and I studied this out, and he just dropped all this Zadok information to me. And it's, and then I thought about that 13th month, and there's nothing in scripture about a 13th month. Revelation talks about the 12 trees for the 12 months and, the 12 tribes, and 13 is just a unholy number to the way I look at it. So that was a thing to me during the moon calendar was, well, where does that 13 month come in? And there was nothing but confusion. And we know that Yah is not the author of confusion.
Precisely.
Right. So now we have, there's 13 weeks in a season. That's fine. But now with these moon stations, there's 13 stations.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, hey, what are, and
is it just me? I think you're breaking up.
Yeah, she's breaking up. She's breaking up for me.
I just don't think Marissa did a good job with actually proving that out.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to go over 4Q318 as well, to show some of the things she did not mention. Because she used that scroll to say, oh, this is about the moon, it's about the moon. Oh, actually, no, it's not. So when you look through 4Q318, sure, the author's insertions will insert moon there, but just like 320, it's speaking about the stars, because they don't want you to know about these stars. Give me just a moment, I'll get it up on screen here.
While Jeremy's doing that, can I just say that is it in Jubilees where it talks about the moon being, 4 days or 3 days out of sync with the sun?
That would be 10 days, isn't
Right.
it? That they would fall back 10 days every year.
10 days.
Yeah, 10 days.
So that was the convincing thing for me. How can you follow something that's all over the place, number one? And number two, how the heck can you make a calendar out of that? No wonder they're all over the place. Plus, they have to line it up with the Gregorian calendar. So, it's all diddly squat, isn't it, for the moon?
Yeah, exactly.
The moon cannot have any authority over declaring anything, I don't think.
Right, because it's a feminine. The sun is the masculine, and the way that Yah has set things up, he's ahead, man is under him, and then the woman's under the man. So why would we follow a woman?
Well, I guess what Marissa's
Exactly.
trying to do, I agree, but what Marissa's trying to do is she's trying to see how the moon is supposed to work, because she believes it has to have something to do with the calendar.
Okay.
So, I get that. I'm just still very, weirded out.
Yeah, well, we see what it has to do with the calendar, and when it's a full moon, it's going to be opposite the sun, and that Mazarah sign behind it is just the confirmation of what month and season we're in. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so I wanted to show here 4Q318 and ads. I suppose I could download the PDF, but I'm already here, so let me kind of show you what's going on. So basically what's in yellow in these columns are what is found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So all the fragments, this is what is contained in those fragments. All the rest is just filled in by just what we see now. And so they claim, oh, this is about the moon, it's about the moon. Well, it's not really, it's just about the stars themselves. But we can see, the translator of this specific chart, he uses the scroll, or the Dead Sea Scrolls by Giza Vermes. And we've gone over Giza Vermes and how he promotes that, yeah, it's a sliver moon, things like that. But when you actually read 4Q318, this isn't speaking about the moons. It's just which stars are falling on what days on certain months. So we're going to see here, so Dom means days. So days of the month. So days 1 and 2 and so forth and so on, as we see. And then these are the 4 intercalary days. And we can see none of them are actually found in the scrolls, unfortunately. And then right here at the top, so we have Abib, or month 1, all the way to month 12. And so when you actually look at these constellations in the sky each year, they're in the exact same spot year after year after year. Same with the sun. So you can use any star app you'd like, and you could pick a time and a date and go forward 100 years, 1,000 years, go backwards 100,000 years, whatever. And you're going to see the sun and the stars are always in the same positions on these same dates, year after year after year.
Amazing.
Yeah. And so that's what we're seeing here written down in 318. It's not about the moon. Sure, Giza Vermes says it's about the moon. But, you go into him, you see he's all about, the Talmud, and following the moon, things like that. So this is about what signs are happening in the stars during each month. And so the claim was, well, there's a 3-day pattern I see, here, there. So let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So days 5, 6, and 7, literally on each month, have a 3-day pattern. And then days 12, 13, and 14 all have this 3-day pattern. Days 22, and days 19, 20, and 21 have a 3-day pattern. And then look at this, very important. Days 26, 27, and 28 also have a 3-day pattern. And we see on the 12th month, there's this 3-day pattern on the 26th, 27th, and 28th of the 12th month. So that 28th of the 12th month is that last Sabbath of the year. After that is that divider day, which is exactly what we see. And then we see the 29th and 30 going into Aquarius. And then the intercalary day, the vernal equinox, is in Pisces. And then that's a 3-day sign as well, because the equinox and then 2 days after, boom. These ads. But as you can see, this chart, it has nothing to do with moon phases. Scholars, things like that, they can translate it as, oh, look, it's these certain moon phases. But when you actually look at the moon, it doesn't do this every single year. What does? The sun and the stars. So if you go to the same sign, like these will all be the same. The sun will be the same, but the moon's going to be somewhere else. Any random position is going to be. And you can look that up on, like I said, any star app. You're going to notice same date and time, 100,000 years in the future, sun and stars, same position. What is not? The moon. Yearly, it's different. So I just wanted to clarify that. And we have the markers in the sun and the stars that will confirm everything that we have found as well. So there's... Oh, go ahead. Did somebody have a question?
Yeah, I do. I don't actually understand what you're talking about. 3 days, you're talking about the yellow parts of that chart. If you go back to that chart again, please.
So the yellow columns, what is in yellow here, is what is found in the scrolls.
Of what?
The rest, everything else in white, is not found in the scrolls. It was just put together because, we see these things every single year.
But what's it showing? I don't understand what it's showing. What is the yellow showing? And okay, it's in the scrolls.
Yeah. So basically the yellow is what's in the scrolls. The white is what's not in the scrolls.
Is that so? It's showing, each square is showing us where the sun is in Pisces or whatever. I don't know. I don't get it.
So it's just showing us the position of the stars each month.
Oh, the stars.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And all the stars are in those zodiac. I don't know. I don't know. I can never explain myself. I'm sorry.
No worries. So basically what we're seeing, I'll try to break it down a little bit. So what we're seeing, what this chart is showing, is the stars are in the same position year after year after year. And we're going to see the same with the sun. And so what this scroll is basically explaining, they call it the zodiac scroll, things like that. And that's just to deter people away from reading it. So the scholars named it the zodiac scroll. I call it the Mazzaroth scroll because it's showing us what signs are in the stars for these certain days of the year. And then it repeats year after year after year, just like that, the signs in the stars. If you put the moon in there, you're going to see the moon isn't lining up year after year after year. It actually changes literally every single year. It's all over the place. And so basically what I'm saying is this doesn't prove or disprove any kind of divider day placements anywhere. But it does show us a little pattern because we can see all days there's a certain sign, even on the divider day, even on these intercalary days. So this doesn't prove or disprove the placement of the divider day at all, as the claims were made that it does. Because we see that same 3-day pattern here, 26th, 27th, and 28th. That's the same 3-day pattern that was failed to be mentioned. And as we can see, it's in the scrolls themselves. So the white is not in the scroll.
So could I ask a question? In Remnant of Light, Aaron has given, I don't know if you guys have seen the order of the priestly orders, and on them it's got where the moon is. There's a record of where the moon is, and I thought that was interesting. I couldn't really work it out. It didn't look like the moon was behaving itself and being exactly the same on every year.
Yeah. No, I watched that video. I couldn't make any sense of it either. And it's because the priestly cycles aren't going by moons.
No, I understand. Well, that's what I worked out because I got a printout copy of them because I was so fascinated by the fact that all the Dead Sea stuff is new to me. And I found it really interesting that they would even put the moon in the scrolls, but it just shows you how erratic it was. Well, that's how I saw the position of where the moons were. It was erratic. So how could you follow it? That because I've been doing Torah with the moon for years, and it's like all the time it never felt right. Oh, the whole thing never felt right. But anyway, here we are now discussing all these things, and it's really awesome. And I think what that lady showed us about the difference between those two words, and that one of the words had a divider in it, and it's just fascinating how everything, you can bring everything together if you've got the right people with the right resources. And then we had that man just before, I'm sorry, I don't know, was gone off to go and find something. He came up with what he said, which I thought was interesting too, which I can't remember now what it was, but at the time I thought, oh yeah, that's really interesting. You remember the man who was just here before? I can't see his name here. Was it? No, it wasn't Greg. Anyway, oh, it was Dwayne. Dwayne brought up a really good point, and he said he was going off to go and have a look at a word. Does anybody remember what Dwayne was saying?
Yeah, I heard that, and yeah, I'm definitely interested if you found any more, Brother Dwayne. And yeah, basically, so just to go over 318 again, it's not proving or disproving any kind of divider day or its placement. And that was the claims, like, oh, this proves, the divider days in between days 3 and 4. Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't prove or disprove that at all. And it's not really about the moon. It's about showing the stars how they never change their positions year after year, just like Enoch describes. And then especially those two leaders of the thousands that are added, those are like big confirmation for me, because those stars only appear from behind the sun just before sunrise on those intercalary days.
I was muted to answer your question. No, I didn't find anything in TWOT.
Yeah, no worries. Still, what you had found it's just more confirmation as well. It goes right along with what the sister shared there.
Yeah, that jumped right out at me. I thought, whoa, there it is. Seems like there's a new confirmation every time I come on here.
Yeah, no, that's how it has been.
Can Dwayne, can you explain again? Tell me again what you were explaining before, because I thought it was really interesting.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? Because I didn't understand what you said.
Sorry. You mentioned something in the chat earlier on, and I found it very interesting, but I can't remember what it was that you said. I was wondering if you could explain it again.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a whole lot of echo on this. I think I'm going to change my headset, okay?
Okay.
So basically,
I have a question, Jeremy.
Oh, go ahead.
On Jubilee 6:23, you probably went over this, but it talks about the new moon for the four divisions. I just wonder if you could explain a little bit more of that to me. Jubilee 6:23.
Yeah, so if you look up that word that they use, it's the same word that they mistranslate into new moon in our regular scriptures as well. So it's Ha Chodesh. So it's saying at the head of these months, not the new moon, but the head. So they take that same word, Chodesh, and they mistranslate it as new moon. And they did the same there in Jubilees. I did a video about it quite a while ago. But if you go to the original Hebrew, you can find it on Sepharia.com. But they'll have the original Hebrew in there, and you take that word, and it's Ha-Hodesh. And I was like, yeah, Ha-Hodesh, the very same one. They mistranslate as new moon everywhere else. So, yeah, it's just speaking on the head of this month, the head of that one, the three or the four seasonal heads of months there.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that. So that explains it all to me right there. 'Cause I know you talked about the new month or the month instead of the new moon. So I just wondered. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we can just see the lying pens of the scribes, even in the apocryphal books and things like that. But yeah, Dwayne, she was just asking if you could just repeat the definition of the word that you had found and what it was for that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was the out of Daniel 7:9, the word ancient in the Brown Driver Briggs. Let me pull it up here. Okay, it meant, whoops. Okay, it has this for the definition: ancient, advanced, aged, old, and taken away.
Yeah, taken away.
Yeah.
From the count.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is what was explained. That lady explained that you had taken away. That that did she connect that as being like the divider part in that word? Ancient had a divider in the word. Was she saying that divider meant there was something about taking away?
Yeah, unfortunately, she holds on. She understands the Zadok calendar, but she holds on to the Saturday Sabbath version of it.
No, I'm talking about the lady who explained the video that we just watched, the difference between days and ancient days.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking about. So,
is it? Okay.
Yeah, so she doesn't see the void day. She holds to the Saturday Sabbath Zadok calendar version.
Okay.
So when we were in the comments though, so Katrina was in the comments under that video, and that's where Mary, who's actually in our group as well, she was just confirming, the Ancient of Days is describing that void, and then the Head of Days is describing, the Tekufa or equinox, the day the Holy of Holies shines with the esteem of Yahuah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
In a way, that would distinguish between the El Shaddai and Yahusha.
Oh wow, yeah, interesting.
He's the head of days, and the Father is the Ancient of Days.
Yeah, interesting, and yeah, wow.
Speculation, but it's a thought.
Yeah, no, I could see that for sure, and yeah, it's just we have the scriptural evidence and the scriptural backing for everything we can show, and of course, we get a lot of hate and people who really don't like us, and the main reason is because we don't hold on to the Saturday Sabbath anymore. Because
That's a hard thing for people to jump off of.
It really is. That's what we get a lot of pushback the most about. And
Yeah,
so
that's where I get it. I have for the last 10, 12 years.
yeah, it's rough. And you know, they want to call you all kind of names or personal attacks, what have you. And it's like, hey, look.
You know, I couldn't possibly be all those things that they've called me, no matter what my outlook is.
Exactly. Yeah, I've been called so many names and different things. It's like, it doesn't even bother me anymore. But
No. You have to just laugh, you know. I mean, what else can you do?
I mean, honestly.
When people start calling you names, that means they don't have a good explanation for what you're saying.
Exactly. I was just going to say that too. You know, it's just showing their ignorance. You know, because they have to resort to calling names instead of, you know, just discussing civilly.
Yeah.
But speaking of that, we did have a discussion with it's a group called Ezekiel's Key, a group of sisters, and they actually have been listening to our videos for quite some time, and they've read my article, all kinds of things, and so actually it was kind of fun talking with them. So the only difference we have with them is they believe the Tekufa is marking the last day of the year. So they agree the void day is before day one, week of creation. They agree literally about everything, except they think the equinox is marking the last day of the year. So ironically
Well, you know,
enough,
the autumnal equinox will prove that wrong.
yeah. And so despite that little difference, everything else we agree on. Like literally everything else we agree on. Well, except for well, let me take that step back. So two things. So there's that, and then they don't agree about Satan's little season. They think it's a 21-year event. They have a 144-page Jubilees chart that they mapped out, which I've been pouring through the data on that. It's really interesting information, honestly. And I was going to plug in some of the information that we have found in our research, such as, you know, the missing 1,000 or 700 years that they've added to our timeline, things like that. So I just wanted to kind of, because they basically left the top blank where the Gregorian dates are, but all the rest is still the same. So I was going to just do some calculations with the dating. But like I said, it 144 pages, so it's not an easy feat. I've been going over it all week, and you know, really fascinating data. And you know, what they were saying was proving basically the method we found as well. But like I said, they're a day off because they believe the equinox is the last day of the year, not the first day of the year.
Yes, I found it a very interesting study. And I had like 7 or 8 pages of notes after I went through it, but I agree on that. The day at the end of the year was not, or the beginning, I forget how they did it, at the end, did not seem correct.
Yeah, that was the only thing that was off to me. And
well, if there was really astronomically only 364 days of the year, then that could be correct, because then the equinox could be the first and the last.
yeah. True, if there was.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
The beginning is at the end, and the end is at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, so this is just my thoughts. I believe that's, you know, when we're in the new kingdom, you know, renewed heaven and earth. that's when even time itself will be renewed. And perhaps that's how it's going to be set up with 364 days only, not the 365 that we see now. That's just my thoughts and speculation.
And I agree with that one.
Or it could be that time is just eliminated and we wouldn't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, that too. That as well. But we do see we have to keep track of the time because of the festivals, because they're going to be celebrated eternally. So I don't know. It's
Well, that's true.
really, we can only speculate about that. But yeah, no, it was really nice talking with those sisters because that, like I said before, they're already past Saturday isn't the Sabbath every single year. So once you're past that hurdle, like the conversation is so much easier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I found out too that their fruit was beautiful. They were beautiful women in the way that they presented things. And that speaks volumes to me. Is when they can share things in a loving way.
Exactly. And we told them, we want to work together and share each other's findings, things like that. Like we may disagree about these two little points, but I'm still working on that data myself. But besides that, we agree about everything else. So it would be great to work together with them. And they're actually the same sisters who were on with Aaron Ryan a couple months ago. So that's why Aaron Ryan kept saying, oh, well, they're a day off. Oh, well, they're a day off. Well, we didn't point that out like Aaron did because we already know that. But yeah, it's those same sisters that were on with her. So yeah, no, it was cool talking to them, not in person, but, in a discussion.
Do they have a website?
I know they have a YouTube. It's Ezekiel's Key on YouTube. And it's
Ezekiel's Key?
Yeah. And it's funny because Katrina mentioned Daniel's Key and how, because that's what Libby mentioned that we have and that we had found was Daniel's Key. So we got Ezekiel's Key and Daniel's Key working together, I guess.
David. No, Jeremy.
Or, sorry,
David Key.
David Key. Sorry, David.
Yeah. That's another interesting perspective because Marissa did a whole write-up on the priestly consecration and the consecration of the temple. What is she going to do with that now?
Yeah, and these sisters found the same thing we did as well with that priestly consecration. Like it won't fit any other way. You have to, because it's a 7-day ordination, and on the 8th day they are ready. So they have to do it, during that void day after the last Sabbath of the year. That's when they start their consecration. So that 8th day that they're ready will be the 7th day Sabbath of the year. And these sisters found the same exact thing. We found a lot of it, exact same things actually in different ways. But just more confirmation to me, honestly.
Definitely.
Have they gotten back to you at all, Katrina? Because I know they wanted to schedule something up again.
No. No.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and it's nice to work together with people who just have a slight difference. Because, you mentioned earlier, Christine, there's a lot of fighting in between calendars. And, the lunar calendars, there's a whole bunch of fighting and differences there. In the Zadok calendar, there's the, Saturday, Sabbath are not difference. And the moon for the priestly courses are not different. Things like that. Really just small differences that we should be able to work together on. But, a lot of people in the calendar movement, they have a lot of sharp teeth. And I'm not to say, we're immune to that either, because, there's stress, situations, things like that can have different effects on everybody's attitude. So I get that, I understand that. But we do try to work together with people and understand where they're coming from. Like all week. Usually every single week, we're going back and forth with people, whether they're on the Zadok or not, whether they're doing the lunar, all kinds of different kinds. So, and by the end of the week, after getting called like 1,000 different names and 100 different personal attacks, yeah, it can be kind of, nerve or stressful, I should say. But, we should still be able to reason together. And I just noticed, a lot of people are unwilling to do that. And, we've come to them and said, hey, let's reason together. And we get blocked for, because we believe in flat earth or
Yeah.
things like that. We get told, oh, you guys are following a doctrine of demons. I'm out. Just because we believe in biblical cosmology. And it's like, wow. Okay.
I think what's interesting, sorry, Graham, I think what's interesting is trying to get this calendar out with the Gregorian calendar, and how can you go to work and have your Shabbat on Monday? Next year is going to be very interesting. So I think that's the reason why a lot of people do the Wednesday thing, because that will always land it on Saturday, and that makes everything working okay with your jobs. So that's where I've seen the contention of trying to do this calendar correctly, when you do it correctly, it doesn't line up with your job, your work, even trying to do the feast days. I don't know how people do that. I'm retired now, so it doesn't matter for me, but I don't know how people fit in the feast days with their work.
Christine, I'm just wondering if you're speaking a bit too close to the microphone on your phone. You sound very muffled, and it's a little bit hard to understand you. Is your mouth too close to your phone, or?
Perhaps it is.
Yeah, that might have been the same problem I was having.
Yeah. Just don't speak so close to your phone. You sound really hard to understand and muffled. Yeah.
Okay. I guess all I'm trying to say is that with this calendar, how does it work in with people's work, their jobs? How are people finding that to do the feast days?
It's gonna get us out of Babylon even more, because when you look at the Monday through Friday jobs, you see that they're all kind of Babylon based. It's the school system, the bank system, the medical system. It's all, so I think it's just a means to get us out of the system, this calendar.
I agree. That's exactly what I was about to say, is get us out of Babylon.
Right. Yeah.
But we still have to work.
Well, that's something that people have to take, and pray about, fast on it, and with enough praying and fasting, they will find an answer. Yeah. I know that I had the problem when I had to go from Sunday to Saturday, and everybody at my place of employment was looking down on me, the bosses, everything else. Hey, why can't you work on this day? And I just said, well, just tell them the truth. And if it does, you just have to find something else, you just do. Now, I will say this, these people that are on the lunar Sabbatarian calendar, they have to change every month. Now, how do they do that?
Right.
Yeah, we see it's not a cycle that resets each month. It does reset each year, yes. But that's where they unfortunately got it wrong. And they definitely use the moon as a determining factor. And
Yeah.
that's straight out of Babylon, 100%.
I'm still having a little bit of a problem with the fall feast days. What I was talking to you about last week, Jeremy. Did you ever find anything on that, or did you get a chance to look into it? About the autumnal equinox versus the 93 days from the first of the year.
Oh, yes. I hadn't had a chance to look into that because I've been overwhelmed with so much stuff looking into it. Apologies. I do know Aaron Ryan has a video that speaks about it.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
Oh, she. Okay.
Yeah, she. Aaron Ryan isn't really her name. It's something else, but she goes by Aaron Ryan. And I believe it's one of the videos in our library group about in the 2 cycles tab. I believe it's that first video of hers. And she speaks about something about the autumn equinox because she's tracked it for over a decade. And she says when it shows up a day later, that's how we'll know that that second divider day gets inserted. And actually, speaking with those sisters from Ezekiel's Key, they saw something as well about when to add that second divider day or the leap year. And it's not determined by the Gregorian leap year and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's basically similar to what we found because we've been learning, hey, look, the leap year may not be according to how the Gregorian calendar says. So I wanted to ask.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
About the second divider day. Yeah.
And so I wanted, in our next meeting, I wanted to ask more about that.
Yeah, I know that it is 3 months until the 18th, the 18th of September. So that takes it like it's 4 days difference, which is quite a bit. But you get the glory of the temple on that equinox day as well as the vernal equinox, and also you blow the trumpets on the day of trumpets, and it makes me pause and think there's got to be something important about that second equinox.
Yeah, I think it's a determiner for when we're going to add the leap year. And so I definitely still have to do more research into that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be checking that out too, because that could be the answer.
I believe it is because I have a strong feeling about that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good you reminded me because yeah, that was something else I had to look into. It's been a crazy week.
I bet it has.
all this information and everything. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's something very important.
Well, I need to get it clear in my head.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's all about coming together, working together.
Yeah. Anybody else is welcome to study that out too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me a hand here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we welcome all input and any findings anybody has. It's been a group effort since the beginning. And even in our library group, a lot of those contributions are from, all of you in our group.
You see, I've been using that method all along, So, but it's not difficult. If I find that I've been wrong, I'll accept it with no problem at all.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, since I've been on here, and know your count, from the first of the year, and it actually is the first, the first day of the 7th month according to that method. So I'm probably going to use that this year, unless I find out differently, because it makes sense, 6 months from the first of the year would be 6 full months would be the first day of fall.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I mean, the first day of the 7th month.
Yeah. And I think Enoch 80 also has something to do with there being slightly off sometimes as well. Because in Enoch 80, he's saying, the moon is definitely going to be off. And even the seasons are going to be slightly off. So I'm not using that to say, extremely way off, just slightly off like we see. Because there are some people who use that verse to completely dismiss using the stars and all the signs in the heaven. I'm not using it in that way. I'm just saying, look, this can be the explanation why we see this variance in the seasons sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I want to collaborate with those sisters. I'd like to talk to Aaron Ryan too about that, get more information, but she's kind of difficult to talk to.
You said her video was in the discussion library.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it here in YouTube real quick. I'll just share it in the chat. Yeah, here it is. It's Time Machine of the Most High, the Camp and the Tabernacle. And here's the link. Sharing it now. I believe that video, she talks about it, and it's really quick how she goes over it. Like, she doesn't go into specific details. She just kind of mentions it in passing. So
that's Time Machine of the Most High?
Yeah.
And it's on YouTube?
Yeah, I shared the link in the chat here.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the Time Machine of the Most High. And it's a 2-part video. The second part doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, some things do, but I don't know. The first part is very interesting. And she actually tries to explain the moon stations in there, but again, it's, I'm lost at all that. None of that even lines up to what we see.
Mm-hmm.
None of that. But yeah. She does mention that the autumn equinox is showing us a sign when to add that leap year in. And then those other sisters said they found another sign when to add it in. So if we can get 2 witnesses for it. I think Aaron bases it on the Gregorian year, though. I could be wrong, but the sisters, they don't. They say the Gregorian year, when they do their leap year, it's just to catch up to what is actually going on.
You know, I have a chart here with both the vernal and the autumnal equinoxes on them, and it looks like they're on the 22nd for the most part, but there's quite a few on the 23rd of September. Like wait a minute. Looks like it goes 2 years and then 2 years, separated by 2 years.
Yeah, so the problem with like time and date and things like that is even they have variances on when they claim it is. The most accurate one you can find online is that Naval Tracker site.
Mm-hmm.
They're one of the more accurate ones. But
Naval Observatory?
Yeah. They have to really be accurate because, you know, ships will get lost at sea if they're not.
Yeah.
So they're a lot more accurate than time and date. They're more accurate than NASA, things like that. Very interesting, actually, when you look into it. You're like, But I also shared Erin Ryan's playlist of all her tracking videos. So she tracks all the equinoxes and solstices. She said she's been doing it for like almost 20 years or 20 years, something like that. Quite some time. So that's her video, and she has like armillaries, and she does the straight line shadow, all kinds of different methods just to verify. But she does have a lot of good information. I don't agree with her about some of the things. Like, so the 2 added leaders, she says those are for the 2 divider days. But as we can see from the stars themselves, it's not about the 2 divider days. It's just about these solstices.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't see that Enoch 82 is incomplete either. And we have the evidence of that because of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the book of Enoch, it says verses after Enoch 82:20, and it continues on. Unfortunately, it's very fragmented, so we can't see the leaders and things like that. But we can see, you know, him describing fall and winter as well, not just spring and summer.
Okay, well, I'll be working on this too. So
Awesome.
I couldn't find anything last week, you know, but this added information I think is going to help a lot.
All praise to the Most High. Yeah, if anybody else has found any information or anything they'd like to add or what have you, feel free. Yeah, Katrina, you got anything you want to add or anything you want to say?
Pretty loud here. Pretty loud.
No worries.
Jeremy, when's new oil?
The new oil is, hold on, let me double check
I think
to make
it's
sure. So it's going to be September 8th.
September 8th. A Monday. Okay. Thank you. That's what I thought of. Just wanted to double check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And interesting enough, the day I was born is the 28th of the 6th month. And it's the Sabbath of the Wood Offering Festival.
Wow.
28th.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
I have a question about the Wood Festival.
Yeah.
When I was on the Zadok, where we started the year on Wednesday every year, the Feast of Wood, it showed that you work through the Sabbath, some of the tribes, bringing wood in. What days do you show for the wood offering on this calendar? There's a whole week.
Yeah, so in Jubilees, it's showing all the different types of wood they would gather.
Okay.
They would have it all gathered, and they would just have the fire burning all week long. And so it would all be gathered up by the Sabbath.
Okay.
So they wouldn't have to do any wood gathering on the Sabbath. It would already all be there. They would just continually throw it on the fire. Because if you keep the fire lit, you don't have to spark it up again.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I know that...
I was just going to say, Aaron's calendar says it's from the 8th to the 14th, in between the Sabbaths. The gathering of the festival.
Would you mind pulling your phone away a little bit further there, sister?
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
I just looked at Aaron's calendar, and yes, she's got the feast going from the 8th of September to the 14th, and there's an arrow between the two Sabbaths. Oh, well, and so is that when the wood is gathered on those days in between the Sabbaths?
Yeah, so the wood offering will at the new oil. The new oil, and then after that you will start gathering the wood, and then they would gather it for the 6 days, and then on that 7th day the wood would just all be there. You could just burn it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have another question.
Yeah.
How do we celebrate the wood offering that week? Is there something we should be doing?
So I do it. I just get wood and I burn it, and
okay.
I'll have to find the verses in Jubilees, but there's specific wood that's like acceptable for it, and certain that it's not.
Okay.
So I know we can't go and gather a bunch of different kinds of woods a lot of time, but I'll go and get wood just to burn on the fire. That's
I was wondering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you keep it going all week?
I don't, except for on the Sabbath day, well, preparation day. I don't usually do that because, I don't want to sleep while fire's burning and then ashes.
Right.
Yeah. But back then they would, because it would be an encampment basically. So they would just keep the fires going.
Yes.
They would have people to look over it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And a lot of times once you got the fire going, especially for a week, there's going to be coals and stuff in there. So even if it looks like there's no fire, if you put a piece of wood on it, it's going to light right up just because of the bed of coals that is in the fire. I learned from camping as well. cold camping night. You're like, oh man, the fire went out. Throw a log on there.
Yeah, me too.
And boom, it lights right up. You're like, oh, awesome.
Sure does.
What should we do for new oil? So it's like the olive oil, things like that. Just, we observe it as a remembrance. It's more of like a priestly duty that they did. But we can do those priestly duties, and I had to go double check to be exactly sure what to do. But it also mentions that in Jubilees as well, and in Nehemiah. Although in Nehemiah he just mentions it in passing and doesn't describe it, but Jubilees describes it. So I got to find all that because that's actually coming up very soon.
Thank you.
Do you count 50 days from Shavuot to the wine festival?
Yeah. It's the same kind of 50-day count. Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there the same kind of a count, some kind of a count between that and the oil and the wood?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe it's 50 days, 50 days, 50 days.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 50 between all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
And then
I have never done that.
Yeah, no worries. The wood offering starts right there just after new oil. It's like the next day after it.
Okay.
It'll continue until that Sabbath. And that's something else we should remember as well, is the priests, even on Sabbath days, had to do their priestly duties or their secular work. So
Yes.
if it's an offering that Yahuah requires, it's something we should be doing. So
I agree.
remembrance as a feast, is it a Sabbath? I'm not sure that it's a Sabbath, like a high Sabbath. I think only first fruits is that high Sabbath, because that's the representation of Messiah. And then the others are just we're to hold a gathering. It doesn't say no buying, no selling, or things like that. We only see that on first fruits.
I forget where the scripture is about do not hurt the oil or the wine, but I think us keeping these feasts are very important as part of our protection.
Exactly.
Like, I can't remember where the scripture is offhand.
And I think that's why Messiah, he says, Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. So
yes,
certain instances, like such as fasting for 40 days, like Moses, Isaiah, Messiah all did and showed us can be done. If you're doing something like that, it's not necessarily breaking the Sabbath, but it would be you're putting Yahuah above all of that. But you can still observe the Sabbath as well, like rest, things like that.
Yeah.
If you're doing something to Yahuah, for Yahuah that he has commanded, that is okay. Now, it's not saying, go break the Sabbath, go do things like that. No, because technically it's not breaking the Sabbath. Yeah, I know there's a lot of things in the Book of Jubilees it doesn't technically describe in the quote-unquote 5 books of Torah that, Rabbi Akiva put together. and it's really for that reason, because they wanted to hide these festivals because they don't quite fit in with their moons. It doesn't line up for their 13 months, things like that.
Well, I guess that's a good book to pull out right now since we're coming up on the feast days and get it in our minds.
Definitely. Jubilees is a really good book. There's a lot of people who try to discredit it, but again, it's just false claims, really. I actually did which I need to do a part 2 of, because I haven't yet, but I did a referral to a parable of the vineyards, debunking Jubilees or something, whatever it was called. I did a rebuttal to that video and showed, where he is absolutely wrong. But while doing that, I discovered he cropped out a definition and inserted one that he felt fit better to, more fit his ideology.
Not good.
No. And then I literally caught this and showed it on video, on his own video of he cropped a definition. So I showed that same definition, exactly where he got it, and how it's not the definition he's showing on screen. And you can even see the crop marks.
That's good you did that, because people want to know. When people are searching this stuff, they want the truth. Yeah. And they need to see the truth.
And unfortunately, a lot of people who are, they want to defend him. They're like, oh, well, he could have made a mistake. Well, it's not a mistake to crop out an entire definition and insert another one.
Right.
Like, sure, I can see mistakes happening here and there. Like, oops, I missed that or something.
Mm-hmm.
But when you intentionally crop something out and insert something else in, that's not an accident or a mistake. That's purposefully done.
That's a scary position to take.
It really is. And, he claims to be, I only want truth, things like that. Well, his fruit shows otherwise. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not an easy path.
You have to count the cost, and it's all worth it.
Exactly. Messiah said he suffered, so we're going to as well. And
yeah.
We definitely see it.
And we chose to do that, so we'll keep walking and moving forward. Trip over a few mistakes and get ourselves corrected again. And, that's the love that we all share together, is when we can go to each other, when we see there's error, and talk to each other and say, hey, I kind of see this a different way, and do that in love. And I would say for the most part, most people are going to accept that. I know I want all truth. I won't be offended if someone says this is wrong. I want them to show me what's going on, the correct way to do things, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Exactly. How can you know if you're doing something wrong if it's not addressed or pointed out,
Yeah.
Like there'll be people who hate on you and leave and never talk to you again. You don't even know why. And it's like, well, that's not even how Scripture says to do things. We're supposed to go to our brothers or sisters privately. And, that's the thing too, is, people, they don't follow scriptural protocols for doing that. Like they'll either immediately take it to a public thing, or they won't address you privately, or they won't address you at all. They'll just leave and then, talk about you behind your back.
I've had that a lot.
So,
and I've had
interesting,
false witness for a lot too on that. But it's okay.
I think, having your foundation. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Oh, now we lost you.
Jeremy. Come back.
He's trying.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just barely.
Sorry, my phone. It'll just randomly lose signal out of nowhere for some reason. Well, are you guys able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was I saying? I don't remember.
I think it was mainly about the rejection that we get when we go down a different path, and that people just disappear out of your life. You know, people that you were close to in this walk for a long time, but as you grow and mature, they don't want to move forward. So they look at you as going off the deep end. So I think we're kind of talking about the rejection. Sorry, I always end up telling my own thing.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Same thing here.
Yeah, we have to go to our brothers and sisters, you know, not just ignore them or, oh yeah, that's what it was. You know, how do you know if you have a problem if it's not addressed?
Exactly. I've made a bunch of changes since I come to Torah. And I know I have a bunch more to go. And I'm willing to do
it. Boy, isn't that the truth? I don't know how many times I've changed my mind about I don't know how many things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same here. Especially Saturday not being the Sabbath all the time.
Oh, that's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Very big. But you know, it led to us coming together here. And now we're able to be, you know, family coming together.
Yeah. A divine appointment.
Exactly. Yes.
You're fading way out again.
It's my phone. It starts like when I have it on for a while. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch to my computer. Give me just a sec. All right, how about now? Can you guys hear me better?
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah, sorry, my phone it starts acting up when it gets hot. Or been on too long, I should say. But yeah, you know, it's all about coming together, working together, reasoning together through scriptures. And, you know, because, you know, we're scattered and Messiah isn't here right now in our faces to tell us what's right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he says it's up to us to go search these things out and test them out and see what lines up, see what doesn't. And all of us have a different piece to that big puzzle.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And I know I can speak for probably everyone in this group. We love to dig in. We love to research and figure things out. There's just a burning in our soul that wants to do that.
Absolutely. I agree.
And there's always those special times when you've read over a certain scripture for years, and then all of a sudden everything just jumps out at you, and you've got a complete understanding of something that you didn't even know you had a problem with.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it. And yeah, Yeah, I saw that video there, Jermaine. I need to watch it again. But I think that's the one where she goes over how Messiah didn't observe or wasn't on the same Sabbath as the Pharisees.
Mm-hmm.
And how, because they observed a lunar calendar, so every few years, the two Sabbaths would coincide at least 2 or 3 months out of that year. So that's why we only see 2 or 3 times the Pharisees go to him when it's a Sabbath day, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I just haven't watched that one yet, and I saw it there and thought, oh, that might have a few nuggets in it too.
It's a good one.
Yeah, she does do some really good work there on her videos. But yeah, it's really awesome coming together, and 40 weeks later, here we are.
Yeah, how ironic.
Right? And I know, so we do have a Jackson Snyder thing next weekend. He asked me to do it this weekend, but because we had that meeting with the sisters and all kinds of stuff, I asked it to be next weekend, so we'll have more time to research or find something big, And apparently, our video didn't get aired, which is why he wants us to kind of go over the information again, but something happened, the video got corrupted, something happened, and our presentation on Jackson Snyder ended up not being recorded. And so apparently he's had people on YouTube asking, hey, where's our video at? Because we see all these other videos. So he reached out to me and said, hey, you guys, if you guys want to do a repeat on that information, which I was thinking of doing, a repeat on that information and then adding this information that we've just found as well to that, which is
perfect.
Just more evidence.
Yeah. You won't have to update. You just get it all in one.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty exciting stuff going on. Lots of different stuff in the background.
Is there any new information for you guys on Sukkot and where you'll go and what you'll do?
Oh yeah. Katrina, are you able to talk at the moment or no?
Well, I was just thinking about Florida. Kind of like the armpit of Florida going down there. That's, nice weather, beach, camping on the beach. Kind of sounds really cool to me. So I don't know if anyone's down there in Florida, knows anybody, wants to join, but that's kind of where we're thinking about going to.
So we were just planning probably going around there. If anybody is interested in joining, feel free. We haven't figured it 100% out yet, but we have an idea, and if you guys want to join or would like to join, just let us know as well, or if you know anybody in Florida or what have you.
Well, we're as you know, we're in Australia, and we're actually at the top of Australia. The top. So when you look at the map, we're on the top right-hand corner there, near the big triangle section, and we have Avit coming to join us, Yah willing, and Tamara from New Zealand coming, Yah willing. She's booked her flights and coming so far. And then we have Kate and Richard, who live about an hour and a half away. We went to their house yesterday for Shabbat. Today for us is Monday. So on Sunday, we went to their place, and so we own goats and they own goats, and they have a bit of a farm and we have a bit of a farm. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to stay overnight, but we're hoping to do lots of day travels. They're looking at getting a young girl come and look after the farm while they can maybe spend a night here and there, have their tent pitched here for those particular nights. So, every year we've normally had our Saturday. Last year for us it was Saturday, so we still had some Saturday Zadok people come, and the year prior was a bit different, but other previous years we've had quite a good gathering on our Saturday Zadok group. So yeah, it's narrowed down to just a few people now, but it's just such a blessing to still be able to celebrate this time with like-minded believers. It'll be a joy. We're really keen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jermaine, do you know Boaz and Rob in New Zealand? Boaz Newhoff and Rob Moore.
No, I haven't heard of them.
Oh, okay. That's where I first came to they're the ones that were teaching this calendar, or very, very similar to it. And I found them online about 12 years ago, and that's how I got on here.
Oh, so they're in New Zealand and in this calendar understanding?
Yes, They've been doing it for decades, I guess.
Oh, what part of New Zealand?
Twanga, I think. Let me see.
Is that the northern or southern?
I think it's on the North Island, probably about 100 miles or so southeast of Auckland, or is it Auckland? I don't know the topography or the geography down there that well, but they're in about the middle on the east coast of the North Island.
Okay, I'll let Tamara and Avit know. I'm not sure if they're connected with them. I think Tamara might be on the southern island, which is quite a long distance. There's quite a big travel between the two.
Mm.
I would love to go to Australia if I could. I'd join you 100%.
I think I would too. It's a long way, the other side of the world.
Love to have
on the other side of the plane.
Love to have Jermaine's fruit salad.
So I live in Toowoomba, which is an hour and a half from Brisbane, and my two new friends who have also moved to Toowoomba are also doing Sukkot this year. Last year they went to Monty Judas and learned all about the Zadok calendar and came back all refreshed in the calendar and all on fire. Yes, Monty Judah is on Wednesday. But I'm hoping that my friends will change to Sunday, to Aaron's calendar, our calendar. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So they have just bought a new property outside Toowoomba, and they're going to have Sukkot there. So we're looking forward to new people coming to have Sukkot on their property. And I think I don't know if you so that's exciting for us.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, we a whole lot of people in Australia there. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey,
Maybe it's a
Christine,
good.
maybe if they end up switching over to this particular calendar, maybe you guys could take the trip next year, Willie, to come up here.
Absolutely love to. Love to. I wanted to come with them when they were doing their rounds, blowing the shofar and putting the steps of Yeshua on Queensland, and they came up to see you. I was going to come up and see you as well, but it didn't work out. So, yeah, maybe next year, hey?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So we have Lachlan. I think Lachlan will be joining us as well for Sukkot. He's not going up to.
No, he's not coming up. No, he's in Toowoomba too, isn't he? Yeah, I think he's on family property. I think they're having it there.
Right. All right then, well, that's good.
Well, maybe I'll have to take a boat down there to Australia.
We'd always welcome you guys with open arms, feed you well with goat milk and fruit salad and all the good stuff.
I love it already. Yeah, quite a few people in Australia. That's pretty awesome. We got quite a few people here in the States too. Just the States are vastly bigger, so we're more spread out over here, I guess. Yeah, from Canada, the UK, Romania, all over the place. And actually about Andrea's presentation last week, so I thought I was going to get a strike. No, they didn't even care about it, because of all the synagogue apostate talk. I was worried I was going to get a strike. No, nothing.
Wow, that's pretty good. How long has it been up for? I mean, there's still days to go before they decide to strike.
I put it up. I think I put it up Monday. It's been on there at least a week.
Oh, well, that's pretty good going.
Yeah. Interesting though, because they're quick to get you for natural remedies, but you speak the truth about that, and they're just like, who cares? But some people I've seen they've got banned and strikes just for mentioning them. So, very strange.
That was really bad during COVID.
Oh yeah. The censorship was out of control during COVID.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot of people woke up during COVID because of that. Because I remember pre-COVID, all of us on Facebook, we were just, preaching all the truth, things like that. And, people would laugh or make fun of you. And they're like, oh, why would they hide anything? Or why would the government lie to you? Then COVID hits and they're like, oh, yeah, they do lie. They do hide things. So they woke up. And I know there was a few pre-COVID people that, called that it was coming. And there was a few people who were showing that, that Bill Gates scenario that they had, like a practice scenario.
Oh, that 2019.
Yeah. They had that little practice scenario.
October.
Yeah, exactly. And then the scamdemic played out exactly the way their scenario did. Oh no, Everett's been locked out of Telegram? Oh no. Is it asking for a pin that it sends to his phone? Like sometimes it'll send like a pin to your phone and then you type that in. That's my thoughts on. Because I know Telegram works by your phone number. Maybe in the login section or something. Honestly, I don't know how Telegram works that well in that aspect anyway. But I do know, like, if you have trouble logging in sometimes, it'll say, like, oh, do you want to send a pin to your email or your phone number? And you can choose one or the other. And I thought I saw him in here earlier. Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, he was in the chat earlier, and he must have just had to go out for some reason, and he got locked out, and then he must have a fingerprint thingo, and that fingerprint login isn't working, and he can't remember his PIN.
Oh. Well, I pray he's able to figure it out. I thought I saw Ellie in here. I was going to say Shabbat Shalom to her. Maybe she dropped out. I know she's not had the greatest signal.
Yeah, I saw Ellie come in, and now she's not. David's going to try and uninstall Telegram and reinstall.
That is usually what fixes it sometimes. So yeah, it's been 3 hours already. Crazy how time flies when we're fellowshipping. Does anybody have anything they want to add or anything they found? What about you, Katrina? You still unavailable? If not, no worries.
I'm not unavailable. It's just hard to hear with all the screaming and stuff. It's hard to jump on.
Oh, got it. Got it. Is there anything you want me to address? Or
I'm trying to think.
make sure I don't forget anything.
Mm-mm.
I know there's still a lot we got to study out.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, they're confused about anything, now's the time. Gather up your questions and put it over. I'm laying down. I'm almost falling asleep.
Well, Shabbat Shalom, Quentin and Claudia.
They're playing.
Actually, my son Callan can use some prayers because he's had a cough he hasn't been able to quite get rid of. I've been doing everything. So if you all can keep him in your prayers as well. You want to say Shabbat Shalom, Callan?
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Callum.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Good on you.
He's smiling now. He's blushing. But yeah, if no one else has anything else to add, we can probably end it there for today as well.
Yeah, I think I'm about due for a nap too. There's one thing I wanted to mention though. In Luke 22:10, I'm going to read this. And this was when Messiah was telling them what his disciples should do to prepare for the Passover. And he said unto them, Behold, when you are entering into the city, there shall be a man meet you bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house where he entered in. And what that's telling me is that this this man was carrying that pitcher of water, which ordinarily only women did. This tells me that he was a Zadokite priest or in the Zadok community.
Wow.
And that they were doing their Passover on a separate day, which the rest of the scriptures and in the Gospels tells us anyway.
Yes, that makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah, I wrote a whole I wrote an article about the Passover as well, and how he's showing us the Zadok calendar literally, and all through all four Gospels you can read the account of the Passover. And of course, modern churchianity twists it into, it's the Last Supper. It's not Passover. But in all the accounts you can read, it was just before Passover, and they asked Messiah, where do you want us to prepare the Passover lamb?
Mm-hmm.
And then because they don't mention the lamb when he's talking about the bread and the wine, because he's not the lamb. He's the bread of life, and the wine is the significance of his blood he's shedding that will cover our sin.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lamb there. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty plain that it was Passover there. It's very just as plain as the nose on your face that it was Passover.
Yeah, it really is.
And even the Messianics groups that I've been in the past, they would say this was a special day. It wasn't the Passover. The Passover was being done properly by the Pharisees, and I never could go along with that, until I studied it out myself, and
Me either.
I just couldn't.
I think I know from the group I was with, they would call it the day to much be observed or something like that.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was trying to think of.
Okay.
It's like, well, which day is that then?
That would be the first day of unleavened bread on, on their calendar. Yes.
Exactly. And Yahuah had it work out that way for a reason.
To get people to study.
Exactly. And that's what it is.
But our gut was telling us all along it wasn't right.
Yep, precisely. Because once you see these and you study into it, you can't unsee it. And it's like, wow.
For sure.
Yeah.
Back in 2017, 2018, when I was first studying the Zadok calendar, that was mentioned. And I was just like, wow, death, burial, and resurrection. So I go and study into it. And that's where I made my first video about it. Because my mind was blown. I was just like, wow, this is absolutely true. Like, all you got to do is walk it through the scriptures, and boom, you can see it. And then, the same thing with 1 Samuel 20 and 21 proves out the Zadok calendar. Same thing with the book of Acts there, proving out the Zadok calendar. It's proven out all throughout scriptures. It's just you don't really see it until you've studied it out, and then you can see it, and you're like, wow. And same thing with this calendar method, ever since we've been studying this, more scriptures jump out, and it's like, wow, that's about the calendar, when you didn't even realize before what it was about. I find it especially true. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. There were several calendars at that time as well happening. That is one of the things that we were taught, that Yahuah had a different inauguration with his disciples to finish off his teaching with them. And so they were saying that there were different calendars at that time during those years. And that's why Yahuah is doing a different Passover on a different calendar. Or it was an inauguration to finish up his teaching with his Talmudim. So,
well, the only problem with the latter one is we don't see that in scriptures.
No, that's right.
Yeah. So, yeah, and there was actually 3 calendars that we know about that were going on at that time. So there was the Roman calendar, which had a floating lunar quasi-week. That floating lunar quasi-week started with Saturday, or the day of Saturn, which we know is Saturday today. And then the Pharisees and Sadducees and all that, they had their floating lunar calendar, which also had floating lunar quasi-weeks.
Yes.
And both people learned it from the Seleucid Empire, who learned it from Babylon. So that's why they had 2 different calendars, or 3 different calendars. 2 were closely the same, the Romans and the Pharisees calendar. 1 was different, and that's the true Zadok calendar of Yahuah. And that's the thing, is the week as we know it now, it didn't exist until 321 AD.
Right. So I think a lot of people get mixed up with the Zadok priesthood and the Essenes as well.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know if they are actually two different lots of people or if they are, or the Zadok priesthood was ending up being spoken of as the Essenes to cover them up.
yeah. That's exactly what they do. They nowhere in the Dead Sea Scrolls do you see themselves call themselves Essene. No, they say they are the sons of Zadok, the ones of the true priesthood. So scholars call them Essenes because they try to connect it with all those Gnostic works. Because there is a group of Essenes, but they're very Gnostic. So they tried to connect it with the sons of Zadok and say, oh, they're just some crazy Essenes out in the desert who are, they're vegans and they're celibate and this and that. Well, none of those things are true. They have, there's actually rules about women and children and things like that. So that was not celibacy, a celibate group. No. There was animal bones and not only showing that they were making sacrifices there, but they were also eating of the animals as well. So
Yes.
to say there were some crazy vegans out in the desert, all of that is untrue. And there are some who stick with that Essene title. I do not. Back when I first started studying the Zadok calendar, I learned that right off the bat. Because I started reading these scrolls, and I was like, nowhere in here does it say Essene. Where are they getting this from? So I looked into it, and it's a Gnostic group that they just give that title to the sons of Zadok as well to throw people off.
I think one of the writers, like either Philo or Josephus, mentioned something about Essenes.
Yeah, it was Josephus. He says something about Essenes, and they're like, "Oh, that's it." So they're the Essenes. No, well,
No, he
Josephus,
was.
he's like a Pharisee of Pharisees, and
Yeah, exactly.
if you read his writings, you're going to see a lot of things that are just fabricated and made up. That's not to say some of the things that he says may be true, but right off the bat, he's calling himself like this strong man, and he's fighting armies by himself, things like that. You could tell where things are definitely embellished, and it's like, well, why does every scholar go to him as some kind of foundational source? It's like our foundation should be scriptures, not Josephus.
But history always, or often with history, it can back up a lot of things that aren't written about. I find the Bible is got so many missing bits and pieces in it. You can't even put some things together because there's just not enough information.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that information was removed, or it's in books like apocryphal books, or what they call apocryphal books, that originally belonged in scriptures, but Rabbi Akiva removed all that, and he said a 66 book canon. Well, I shouldn't say 66 book because that was later adopted by Constantine and them, but he basically created the 5 books of Torah and the canon of the Old Testament. And he did that because he would go around after the temple and after Messiah, all that. He was going around collecting all the writings and having his scribes reword everything to hide Messiah in the calendar. And of course, many other things like the dating. Like they put the dates in there to make it seem like, well, Seth was not Seth. Shem was Melchizedek. So they changed the dates to promote ideas like that. He's even the one that instilled the idea that the sons of Seth were the children of Yahuah, and they're the ones that mated with the other women. It wasn't fallen angels. So that all that stuff, it stems from Rabbi Akiva and Pharisee doctrine.
Okay, so I'm a bit confused about what you just said about you're talking about the giants, the fallen angels. So did that actually happen? Because I've heard both stories and now I don't know which one is true, but
So that's kind of why I was explaining that. Rabbi Akiva is the one who came up with that doctrine.
Which one?
The one where it's the sons of Seth, not
Oh,
angels.
okay, I get that now. Yeah, that's what I wondered.
Yeah, because he removed the book of Enoch. So to point people away from it, he came up with that idea.
Right.
He was like, oh, well, I'll just say it was the sons of Seth and not angels.
Yeah.
And then here we are today. We have so many people that think, oh, the book of Enoch's false. It was the sons of Seth. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It would have said the sons of Seth, not the sons of Yahuah. So, but yeah, there's a lot of people that try to discredit Enoch, Jubilees, Esdras, all kinds of apocryphal books. They try to discredit them, or they say, oh, well, they were taken out for a reason. It's like, well, do you actually know that reason why they were taken out? It was from Pharisaical rabbis who removed them because they prove what they say wrong.
They say that the Enoch book was written by someone they don't know, and was written later than what it's been said it is.
Well, the Dead Sea Scrolls proves that wrong. Dead Sea Scrolls is thousands of years older than even the Septuagint. And they found the Book of Enoch in there. So whoever made that claim,
right,
the Dead Sea Scrolls prove it absolutely wrong.
So Enoch is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
He's found more than most Torah books. Only Genesis and Leviticus was found more than Enoch. And then Jubilees was right below Enoch. Found more than most Torah books.
There was 18 copies, I think, of Jubilees.
It was almost as much as Enoch, but just shy. Jubilees and Enoch were found, more copies of it, and the Dead Sea Scrolls were found than most of the Old Testament itself. It's only like Genesis and Leviticus that are found more than Enoch. I have it in my write-up, actually, the exact number.
Can you post that in the chat then? Because that's information that I don't know about, and that would be interesting to have.
Yeah.
Sometime later.
Yeah, I know it's in our library group there, but let me grab it here. Hold on.
I don't know where the library part is.
So it's quite a long write-up, but it's definitely worth the read. I haven't. I need to still do some fine tuning to it, like the different chapters, like scrolling to the courses for things like that. But it's definitely a lot of great information. I got all the sources cited, things like that. I walk through scriptures and just prove out the Zadok priesthood and the Zadok calendar. And I shared it in the chat.
Thank you. Thanks. So I do have a question on Antiochus Epiphanes and the Hasmoneans or the Maccabeans. When he changed the day from night to night, or from from morning to morning to night, and I remember reading the Zadok priesthood said that they were children of the light, and I can't find that scripture anymore. Did I dream it or something? I can't find it.
No, that's in scriptures. We are children of the light. And Antiochus Epiphanes, he was a ruler of the Seleucid Empire. I go over all of it in that article, actually, in great detail. And he's the ones who the Maccabees or the Hasmoneans, that's where that name comes from.
Yes.
And Hasmonean actually comes from the demon Asmodean, whatever his name is. And that's where the word Hashem comes from today. It's from Asmodean, from the Hasmodeans. So anyways, but yeah, no, I go over it. And so basically the Seleucid Empire were killing the true Zadok priests. And Onias III was one of them.
Yes.
Because Onias refused to follow their Babylonian calendar, he was killed. And then, so the Maccabee family, the Hasmoneans, came in and bribed him to make them high priests. And they're like, yeah, we'll go with your calendar. We'll do whatever you want. We'll all make money together. That's where the Pharisees stem from. That's where the Sadducees stem from as well.
Indeed.
A lot of people will claim, yeah, they'll say, oh, well, Sadducee means Zadokite. Well, technically, yes, but the Zadokite line they're from is from the second usurping son, Jason, the Hasmonean.
Yeah.
He usurped it all, and he was a son of Zadok. That's where Sadducees came from, but he was an illegitimate priest. That he was actually Onias' brother, and he usurped all that. So he took over illegitimately. That's where we get Sadducees from the illegitimate Zadokite priest, not the legitimate.
It's just one big sham, isn't it? We're told not to, not to say bad things, or give a bad report of our brother Yehuda, but boy, you don't know who you're talking to.
Those people are not our brother Yehuda. I can tell you that 1,000%. So there's a lot of information and historical evidence that shows those people are Edom mixed with Nephilim.
Yes.
They're basically Esau. Yeah. They're definitely not Judah. No.
and yet everybody follows their calendar and the moon and all and having the day start at night time. Oh my gosh, I mean, the Father is not a father of confusion, and that is so confusing that the day starts at night time.
Yeah, all of that came from Babylon, literally. The day starting at evening. following the moon for months, a quasi-lunar floating Sabbath that happened. It literally all comes from Babylon. And that's the thing. If you go in scriptures, you cannot find a single verse that will show Moses citing a sliver moon for anything. A sliver moon, a full moon, whatever kind of moon. It doesn't say, and on this full moon or sliver moon, whatever, we began the months. No, you'll never, ever find that. You won't find anywhere in scripture of anybody citing a moon for anything. So if it was something we were commanded to do and have to do, there would be many examples in scriptures of it. But we see just the opposite. There's no example. And then when you look into the word that they use as new moon, it's the word Chodesh. You actually look at the Hebrew. Yeah, it doesn't mean new moon at all.
Which means renewal.
Exactly.
I remember reading. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I remember reading an article from the ancient days. I can't find it now, but the word moon or month used to be spelled Moanth, month, and that's why they can't tell the difference between a moon and the month. But when you look at the Hebrew, there's a huge difference between Zerek and Kadesh. So
yeah, exactly. The word for moon in Hebrew is Yerak. The word for new would be Ha. That's where Chodesh comes from. That's actually the base word for Chodesh is new or renewal. And that's the renewal of the month. So new moon would actually be Ha Yerak. You don't find that anywhere in scriptures at all. It's not in the Strongs, not in the lexicon, nothing. Because they didn't use the term new moon. That's straight out of Babylon.
Right. So my question is, why do you see in the Strongs now, you never used to see it, the moon used to be in italics, and I see that it's not in italics all the time or as much now in the interlinear.
Yeah, because again, the lying pens of the scribes, and then they change it. And then as time moves on, that change just gets accepted. Then they no longer have to speak that, oh, it was changed. They just now accept it as that. So they don't put it in italics. They'll insert new moon into the Strong's definition when that's not what it means at all. And people just roll with it. And they're like, oh, well, they're over there doing it over there in Israel. So they got to have something, right? We'll just follow what they do. And that's exactly the deception.
Yep.
Brother Judah, no. Edom and Esau, yeah, for sure. And that's why I think, the history of all that is very important to understand. And then it'll help with understanding the calendar and why and what happened even more.
Exactly.
Because you can easily search these things out. The problem is they don't put them at the top of search engines, or if they put them on there at all. You have to keep hitting more results, and then you'll finally find these things. Sometimes you have to use completely different search engines to even find them. But they're out there, and you can find them, and it'll tell you the history of exactly what happened. And then it makes it all come together. You're like, wow, that's exactly why they do that. Things like that.
Yeah. So when I have discussed these things with Messianic teachers, leaders, and they say, oh, but when we go over to the land, we want to be doing what Yahudah does for keeping the feast at the time when Yahudah does. And I'm going, well, I didn't bother speaking anymore, because if they want to do that, then, and I'm thinking, well, you're not even doing what Yahudah is doing. You're doing what the Edomites have put into place over there.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
they want to be in sync with the land, with the feasts, but they don't want to acknowledge the fact that all that timing is wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, that's definitely not a Judah over there at all.
So it's very sad, because even our Messianic leaders are deceived, and what they're teaching about even the shape of the tabernacle. You know, we've done 2 years. Well, I've done 4 years of a rectangle tabernacle, and all these amazing things that all these levels of understandings of how it's set up, how many pegs, how many where the menorah is, and just so many different levels of how you can see what everything is about the tabernacle. And then, of course, Aaron comes on and says all her stuff, and I'm going, okay, now what?
Yeah. So we have the same as what Aaron has. She doesn't like us because we believe in biblical cosmology. That's the only difference we have. But yeah, we're on it's literally the same calendar layout and everything. She just doesn't like us because we don't believe we're on the spinning ball in a vacuum. And that's it.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. And I don't even think it's a flat earth. I think it's even something else. So that we just don't comprehend in our little brains.
Yeah,
We
that's
just
a
don't
whole
know.
But scriptures does describe. Are you in our library group there?
No, I don't recognize what you're talking about, the library.
Hold on. Let me. Hold on one sec. Where is? Oh, here we go.
Hey, Jeremy, just while there's a break in the voices and the talking, can you explain to me who you think the true Yahudim are? If it's not the Jews, which I don't agree with that being them, but where are the true Yahudim? Are they just maybe a tiny remnant amongst them, or is it somewhere else?
So, in all my studies, there's a lot of good videos to show that, you know, the people around the area of like the UK, Scotland, areas like that, even down there in Australia, because basically all of us in Australia, America, the UK, Scotland, Ireland, we all came from the same tribe, basically. And that's who I believe true Judah is. But that's only 1 out of 12 tribes as well. So there's definitely other tribes.
It's all Israel. It's scattered.
Yeah, exactly. So I know for a fact those people who claim they're Judah definitely are not Judah. Who it
If they're
really
following
is,
the rabbis, you can right off the bat, you know who they are.
yeah, precisely. So who they really are, we do have a lot of clues and things like that.
I think I was reading today that I think, oh, I don't know if I could say. Maybe I shouldn't say. I'll type it. I'll type it. I'll type it.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Let me find it.
But yeah, that's a whole deeper topic. We've done it quite a few times.
So do we think that Yehuda is in France with all their cheese and wine and what's the other thing? I don't know, something to do with the donkeys. They still use a lot of donkeys over there.
Would you mind speaking further away from your mic there, sister? I couldn't understand you there.
Sorry. I saw a video about how Yehuda is in France because of the cheese that they make and the wine and the, growing the grapes and the donkeys. They use a lot of donkeys.
I haven't heard about that.
So, Nick Vanderland, he does, I thought, a good video about all of that. That he felt that the true Yehuda were over in France.
Well, anybody who says the true Yehuda is here or there or anywhere, I would take that with a grain of salt, especially if it's Nick Vanderland. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sure everybody knows about him and his fruits. So what he says, definitely take with a grain of salt. He thinks he's right over what scriptures say.
I think he is using the scripture about the donkeys being tied to the vines. Yeah. Anyway, it's hard to know, isn't it?
Yeah, especially today. And yeah, Lisa, that of course they would be the first to legalize PDFs.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the files.
Right. Yep. No, that's why I was like, let me send it. I'm not going to say. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. They were the first. Well, I shouldn't say the first, but, they have a capital city for gays, basically. Like, yeah. They are not Yehuda. They were nowhere close to it. They are the ones who claim they are, but are not. They are the synagogue of Hasatan, just like Scriptures tells us. And honestly, it's going to be really hard to trace the lost tribes today. So I can speculate, but I'm not going to say, yeah, these are them no matter what. And we should be careful of people who make claims like that. I just really test everything out. And sure, they may have something in what they say, but I would just test it out. Test everything.